so that we can't handle it through an email individually for response. So.
Okay, yeah, let me know. Otherwise, we could, I definitely want to dispatch with 66 till next time unless a
Mhm.
board member has something really important to bring up. Otherwise, I think it would be good to dispense with 66 and 65 and 64, unless there's something 64, 65 and 66, unless you've got something burning that you have, Steve, or a board member has something burning.
We're good, and now we are live, so we're not quite ready to go into session, but we are streaming at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to make sure you and I are on the same page.
Thank
So,
you.
Supervisor Vasquez, do you want to test your mic?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm on the road, so I'm gonna actually keep my camera off, but I have my headphones on, so I'm not, it's hands-free.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, and I'm over by Munns Park heading to Sedona, so I might cut out, but I figured since I'm close enough, I might as well get on as soon as I could.
Thank you.
No problem. Am I the first one?
No,
no, we've got
we are just we're just missing Supervisor Fowler. We've got a couple minutes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, wow, that was kind of lucky.
That was a wide open question that I didn't fill the gap for.
Not a problem. Yeah, I knew it was going to take a minute for the rental car, so I figured, okay, let me push it to 11. And then I got there at like 11:15. And when I checked in, I said, yeah, 15, 20 minutes. Almost an hour went by, 40, 45 minutes before I got my vehicle.
Okay. Got a couple more minutes. It looks like a minute to go.
I am still keeping an eye out for Supervisor Fowler.
Give it a couple more minutes here. How are we doing, Lena? We heard from her yet?
Not yet. I'm just texting her to make sure she's not having any trouble getting on.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, well, I know that we have a fairly extensive meeting and then we have an evening meeting. And so I'm going to go ahead and get started and hope Lena will be able to join us here soon. And all right, members of the board, hi, good to see everybody. And first and foremost, I think we have a little belated birthday for Steve Peru, our county manager. So happy birthday to you, Steve. I hope it was a good one.
It was great. It was good.
Good. And well, I'm sorry we weren't there to celebrate, but we'll make it happen. So members of the board, today is a special meeting because we're actually doing a 1 o'clock meeting, and we're going to have a long special session tonight for the final budget adoption. But let's get started on our daytime meeting first. Our today's date is June 27th. It is Tuesday, June 27th, and our first order of business is the call to order. And my name is Patrice Horseman. I'm chair of the board and the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
And District 3.
Morning, everybody. Matt Ryan for District 3. Good to see everybody.
We're glad to see you after your trip. So, and District 4.
Yes, Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor, welcome.
And District 5, Lena Fowler, is she on yet? Otherwise, we'll continue to try to reach Lena. Hopefully she'll join us soon. So members of the board, our next item of business is a Pledge of Allegiance to honor our country. So for those that can, please stand. And our clerk is going to put up the pledge and also a flag for us. There we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and our next order of business is the call to the public. Members of the public, this is the time for you, members of the public, to be able to address the Board of Supervisors. If you have comments or questions on items that may not be on our agenda, this is a time for you to address the board. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And also, of course, this is a public meeting, and so we ask that you remain civil and professional in your presentations. So with that, I am going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly, our clerk of the board, to explain to the public how they can join us for our board meeting. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, and I will note that Supervisor Fowler has joined the meeting. So if anyone would like to provide a public comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And we currently do not have any hands raised.
All righty. So we are going to last call members of the public. I do understand that we may have a member of the public who would like to join us. And so I'm going to give a second call, last call out, and see if we have members of the public that would like to join us and make some comments or ask some questions to the governing board, understanding that these are not on the agenda. So we are limited and really cannot respond, but we can send this to administration to look at and or send it to a follow-up board meeting. So this is the last call, members of the public, for the call to the public. Is there someone out there that would like to address the board? Please let Lindsay Daly know now.
There are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right, well, then we're proceeding on. And our next item of business is our consent agenda. And board, as you know, and public, just for your information, consent agenda items are items that are more administrative in nature, ministerial in nature. They can be handled through one motion and one vote of the board. These items, however, are put on as one vote and therefore are not subject to individual discussion or voting. And so because of that, I turn it over to my colleagues to see if they would have some items they would like to remove from the consent agenda to handle individually so we can have discussion, and also to take an individual motion and vote on that. So members of the board, we have before us a consent agenda item. And these are number 1, and it's a long one. These are items number 1 through 43. So I'm going to ask members of the board if you would like to remove any of these. I can tell you that I would like to remove 4, and that's CI money. 6, that's a CI money. 7 is CI money. 8 is an appointment for planning and zoning, and 9 is also an appointment for planning and zoning. So I would like to remove 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And any other items, members of the board, that you would like to remove?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, hi Supervisor Fowler, good to see you.
hi. I'd like to remove number 6, 11, and 17.
6, 11, and 17. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I understand we have to pull 19 because there's a typo. So let's also pull item number 19 to correct a typo. Any other items on that consent agenda, members of the board, you'd like to remove? Vice Chair?
No, you actually removed the ones that I wanted to see, 4, 6, and 9.
See, we think alike. That's good. Thanks. All right, the members of the board, if there are none additional to remove, I'm going to go through it again, and Supervisor Fowler, correct me if I'm wrong. We are removing 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 19,
And 17.
and 17. Thank you. And I would this time entertain a motion for the approval of the consent agenda items that we did not just remove from the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Do I have a Vice Chair? I think that chuckle was a motion, wasn't it?
Second,
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda, removing the items that we've indicated. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you. And now we're going to go to the items that we did remove. Item number 4 is consideration and possible action to approve 2,000 from District 1, 2,000 from District 4, and 5,250 from District 2 Community Initiative Funds for a total of $9,250 to the Boys and Girls Club of Flagstaff for additional kitchen equipment and to increase the capacity of nutritional programming. And this is I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Vasquez for some comments on this. And thereafter, I would accept a motion. Vice Chair.
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying, I'm really excited to have brought this CI funding request up to the board. Really excited to be able to help Boys and Girls Club expand their kitchen capacity to service our youth in Coconino County. And so it's great work that Boys and Girls Club have been doing. I had the opportunity of working with them at Killup over several years and saw the quality of work that's provided, and really encouraged to see how this funding for this expanded kitchen helps them service more youth in our community.
Very good. And Supervisor Begay, do you have any comments you'd like to make on the Boys and Girls Club?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to, I think this is a very good program. We always say children are our future, and I think, we have to address them and also to try to help them in any way we can as board members. So I fully support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, actually, I've been waiting for this one because it really got mixed up when we had transition of staff of attorneys occurring, and so it's been hanging out there. It's really good. I'm glad you guys are moving on this. I've been waiting for it to come, anticipating participating in it. So I can't do that right now based on our current policy, but I'll have a conversation with Supervisor Vasquez. So
Thank
I'm
you.
glad you guys are taking care of the Boys and Girls Club. Well done. Sorry to them for delay, but it's good this has been figured out because this kitchen equipment really is needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm sure they'd be more than happy. We can do an amendment for the next board meeting. So, yeah, I know it makes it difficult, doesn't it? Because of the changes in the rules on this. So, all right, members of the board, we have got some money for the Boys and Girls Club for additional kitchen equipment from some of our CI funds, from our district funds, from District 1, 2, and 4. And anybody wants to contribute, I'm sure we can put it on a follow-up consent board meeting agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Supervisor Begay, second. All those in favor for the Boys and Girls Fund, CI funds, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. It's unanimous.
Aye.
There it goes. Now it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Members of the board, we are moving on. Our next item we had withdrawn is number 6. Consideration of possible action to approve a budget amendment for FY23 in the amount of $20,000 from District 5 CI account to the District 5 operation account. And I'm going to turn this over to District 5 Supervisor Fowler for comment.
Thank you, and I'm glad you pulled it. And this is an item that was misquoted. I'm gonna turn it over to Siri. We have corrected the amount, so if Siri can explain why this transfer needs to happen.
Thanks, Supervisor Fowler. Siri.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. So for this item, we do have a vehicle that has been assigned to the district, and this year it had some unusual repair costs. So usually the repair costs, as well as the gas and oil for operating the vehicle, is charged to the district. But in this case, there was some outside repairs and some other labor costs that were unusual to the vehicle that came out of the District 5 budget that needed to be covered. And so the way that the wording of the original staff report is, it's related to increasing the operating account from CI to cover travel expenses, but that really doesn't tell the story. The story on this really is that there was an unusual amount of vehicle repairs. So we have looked at that budget, and we also identified a correction that actually needs to be made where there was a charge that was charged to the district that really belongs in another account string. So there's two things happening here, but with the revisions and with what we were able to look at in the district budget, we would recommend revising the amount to $5,500, which is close to the amount of the vehicle repairs. The vehicle repairs were a little bit higher than that, but that's what's needed to complete the operations budget for the rest of the year, not the $20,000 as originally stated in the staff report.
So Siri, are you looking then for a motion for approve a budget amendment for FY23 in the amount of $5,500 from District 1 Community Initiative account to the District 5 operation account, again, as explained, to be used because of additional expenses for vehicle repairs? Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
That is not correct. It's not from District 1 account. Unless you
District 5.
say it is.
Sorry.
I will approve, and I heartedly approve that transfer.
Supervisor Fowler, you should have said so moved.
Yeah, exactly. But to be fair, I thought I better be.
And I appreciate your fairness. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you for that correction, Supervisor Fowler. All right. I would entertain a motion at this time, members of the board, before I really screw it up.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we amend the amount of $20,000 in this particular line item number 6 of CI fund transfer to operations for vehicle repair and expenses with the maintenance expenses for, I guess that's the same, isn't it? Vehicle repair in the amount of $5,500 from $20,000, reduce it to $5,500. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of a budget amendment for FY23 in the amount of $5,500. from District 5 CI account to District 5 operation account. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. District number 7 on the agenda. Consideration of possible action to approve a budget adjustment of funding in the amount of 1,000 from District 1, 960 from District 2, 600 from District 4, and 640 from District 5 Community Initiative Funds for totaling $3,200 to the Coconino County Emergency Management Department to translate the county emergency siren alert messaging to Navajo language and engineer and install the translation to the county emergency siren system. And members of the community, as you know, we do have this in English and in Spanish, and this is going to add an emergency management announcement or siren alert message in Navajo as well. And so it did cost an additional sum of money. And so as you can see, our districts use some of their CI monies for this. So I'm going to turn this over to our vice chair. I know you are very involved in this. I'm going to turn this over to you first, and then we'll hear from others.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. We're really excited today to bring this forth to the board. This has been a long time coming. The request from the community actually started in the fall, and it took some time to find the proper translation in Navajo to be able to add this to our siren system. But you know, based on the community feedback, it was felt very important that the siren system also include Navajo as part of it. And so we're really excited to be able to have accomplished this task, and we will have a community live testing on Thursday morning. So on Thursday morning, we will hear the siren and it will have the Navajo translation as part of it. So really excited to see it. And thank you to all the staff members who made this happen and to all the supervisors who contributed to make this happen so that way we can provide this service to our community. Thank you.
You might want to have Supervisor Fowler or Supervisor Begay there to make sure it's a correct translation. So
agreed. They worked. So emergency management services worked with Rose Tohi to on the translation. So we're pretty confident that we got it right. But yes, would love to have either Supervisor Begay or Supervisor Fowler there for the test run on Thursday. Thank you.
Thanks for your leadership on this. Any other comments, members of the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
I was really excited when Ramo and I discussed this back some time ago, and I just want to thank the other supervisors for their donation and helping make this happen. We were kind of thinking about how much it's going to cost and stuff like that, but I'm really glad, and I think it's for a good cause, and I just want to say something that we've been looking forward to for some time, and people will be very excited. In fact, I went to the several meetings and the chapters and kind of informed them about it. They were really happy with the decisions that the county board supervisor had made. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments, Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. Thank you, board, for listening to the community and working with the community in the translation. And thank you to our emergency management for making this happen. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much. And with that, I would entertain a motion. Do I have a motion to approve the budget adjustment and funding for the Coconino County Emergency Management Department as set forth in our agenda to translate the county emergency siren alert messaging to Navajo? Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you so much, members of the board. And we're moving on to number 8. This is consideration of possible action to reappoint Mary Williams from District 1 to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. And I don't think Mary is on. Is that correct? Lindsay, is Mary Williams on by any chance?
No, she is not, Chair Horseman.
All right, very good. Then I'll just quickly say, I am so pleased to be able to reappoint Mary Williams from District 1 to Planning and Zoning. Mary Williams has been a long time member of District 1 and also a very long time member of Planning and Zoning. And it is my honor to reappoint her. She's done a great job, and we so appreciate all of the volunteer work that our community gives to Coconino County for us and for our residents. And Planning and Zoning obviously is a very time consuming and takes a lot of thought and a lot of research. And I so appreciate the ability to be able to appoint Mary Williams. And so at this point, since I'm chair, I'm not going to make the motion, but I would really appreciate if somebody would make the motion to reappoint Mary Williams from District 1 to Planning and Zoning.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to make that motion.
All right, motion.
Yeah, go ahead. We need to have the second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Supervisor Begay. Before I take, does anybody have another comment? Did you have a comment, Matt?
Yeah, I sure did. Yeah. Mary's just been steadfast and a really, good thinker, very dependable person on planning and zoning, and well respected. So, good job, Patricia, bringing somebody special there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of reappointing Mary Williams from District 1 to P and Z, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, very good. And a big thank you, Mary. Really appreciate your service. So we're moving on to number 9. And this is consideration and possible action to reappoint John Ruggles from District 2 to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. And is Mr. Ruggles on?
No, he's not on, Chair Horseman.
All right, then I'm going to turn this over to District 2. Vice Chair, you have comments to make.
Yes, I'm just really excited to reappoint John Ruggles to the Planning and Zoning Commission. He's been a wealth of institutional knowledge and being very supportive. And he as this term will shift during redistricting, he has agreed to continue until someone else from District 5, when it becomes District 5, can do the job. So we're really excited to have him on board and to continue in his role as a planning and zoning commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments before I entertain a motion?
And Madam Chair, I thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, for bringing this to the board. And I agree that he should be reappointed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. This will be your district coming soon at the next election. Is that correct?
It is, but I think it already is. I don't, so.
Okay.
Provided everything works.
Yeah, the way we're told, they stay until the election, but it has created problems, hasn't it? All right, members of the board, we do have we made our comments. Do I have a motion? Vice Chair, you're going to make a motion to reappoint John Ruggles.
Sure. I motion that we reappoint John Ruggles to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Very good. Do I have a second from Supervisor Fowler?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor to reappoint John Ruggles, please indicate by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. So thank you, John, again for your service, continued service for Coconino County. So we're moving on to number 11. And this is consideration of possible action to approve a new agreement with Axon Enterprise, Inc. to provide unlimited digital cloud storage and evidence management systems for 5 years for a total cost of $322,657 in corresponding recurring increment requests. And I know this is in the county attorney. Supervisor Fowler, I think you asked to have this removed. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So any comments you have or questions you have on this?
Yes, I did inform our county attorney, Bill Ring, that I was going to pull this item. My question is that we have an county IT data storage, maybe data storage, I believe, and it says so in the report. And I'm wondering why the county attorney is buying its own data storage instead of using the county data storage, technology storage, or digital storage. I don't know what it's called. And why is that happening? And if the county IT department does not have enough storage capacity, then why can't we purchase more for the IT storage rather than departments opening up their own storage, purchasing their own data storage? And in the future, could there be other departments that may be doing so? I'm not so much questioning the need for the storage, data storage. And this time when we are when we are in the world of technology and going paperless, which we're really trying to be environmentally friendly, at the same time, it's costing us on the other side, which is data storage. So I'm just wondering how, I'm just thinking that maybe overall this needs to be looked at countywide and trying to see, is this something that we should really look into or not? I mean, the county manager's office really look into, and just wondering what this, so anyway, I pose my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. And this involves the sheriff, is that correct, county manager?
County attorney.
County manager.
County attorney's office. Does the county attorney's office want to be heard on this or provide answers to the questions?
Thank you, Chair Horstman. I don't see Bill on here, and he hadn't told me about the question, so I'll do my best to answer it on the fly. Axon is a very specific system that has to do with law enforcement. So it is where we store, body-worn camera footage, which is becoming more pervasive. Those are extremely large files. And as you can imagine, if you have 10 officers at a scene, that's 10 separate videos for every incident that law enforcement is responding to. I believe that Axon may also be where we store some of those police reports that we receive on the prosecution side of our office. So this is a very specific data storage system. Axon is who builds and maintains all of those body-worn cameras that officers wear. So this is a very specific system to store those videos that come out of law enforcement response incidents. It's not a general countywide storage system issue. My understanding, I was came in on the tail end of negotiating that contract, but my understanding is this is a continuation of an ongoing contract that we've had with Axon. We simply needed to increase our storage capacity through them.
So it's basically proprietary for law enforcement is why we're doing this.
Correct. And we need to maintain the storage for the legal retention period. So we need to be able to have that storage available.
Thank you, Heather. And County Manager, do you have anything you'd like to add to for Supervisor Fowler's questions?
Madam Chair, again, the supervisor raises a good point related to all the things that we can do as an organization. I will say that there are several systems throughout the county that are specific to the purpose of their work for various reasons relative to security, proprietary work in terms of case management, et cetera. So again, this is an example. We do certainly look, and I know Helen is on for IT. We look at what we can do as an enterprise, looking at one solution. But as Heather's indicated, there are areas where we do need to have proprietary software storage that ties to some of the systems that we're operating relative to case management, et cetera. So I'll ask Helen to fill in the blanks if I could, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Helen, good to see you.
Hi, good afternoon.
So do you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, I just want to add, I mean, Heather is absolutely right. This is more of a system that's based for in support of the county attorney's office. It's not an enterprise function. And county IT is very supportive of this project, I would add. So I don't think I need to say anything else. I think Heather covered most everything, as did the county manager Peru. So I'm happy to answer any questions from the IT perspective, but we are supportive of this project.
Thank you, Helen, very much. Supervisor Fowler, any other questions or concerns?
Well, thank you. You know, IT is very complex, and to me anyway, you know, there's these proposals, and IT just, you know, when you think about the storage and just the data, I think in the future, there may be more requests for storage of our data, since we're all pretty much moving towards paperless. And I think it's really great we're doing that, but at the same time, we've got to really look on the other end. So I really appreciate all of you answering questions and the great work that you're all doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Fowler. If there are no other questions at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the new agreement with Axon Enterprise, Inc. to provide unlimited digital data cloud storage and evidence management systems for 5 years with a total of $322,657 and corresponding recurring increment request. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of the new agreement with Axon Enterprises indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. So moving on our consent agenda items, we remove number 17. This is consideration of possible action to approve the purchase of an optical scanner DS 950 from Election Systems and Software in the amount of $143,225. And Supervisor Fowler, I believe you asked to have this removed, so I'm going to turn this to you.
Yes, I did alert Essler and his staff about me removing this particular item, and it is a scanner and it has to do with elections. And I'm going to ask the elections to see how does this improve election counting, ballot counting, and the security of our elections in this upcoming year.
Very good. And County Manager, do we have someone from elections on to answer those?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Whitney Jusak, Assistant Elections Director, with us today, and she can address the questions raised by Supervisor Fowler.
Thanks, Whitney. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Whitney Jusak. I'm the Assistant Director of Elections. These systems must be certified by the Federal Election Assistance Commission, or the EAC, and the Secretary of State's Office for Arizona. Coconino County mirrors 12 other Arizona counties which utilize election equipment from Election Systems and Software, or ES&S, and they've done this since 2019. The equipment that we use is stored in a restricted area of a secured building, and while in use, we have bipartisan boards and political observers present. The DS950 does enhance the ballot tabulation process, which is a vital process for tabulating ballots, and it is certified technology, which ensures accuracy and efficiency in the counting process. This device offers critical redundancies in the time-sensitive administration of elections. It provides safeguards and backup capabilities, minimizing risks and ensuring continuity and timely completion of the ballot counting process. Given the public's expectations and the importance of accuracy and timeliness, these redundancies are crucial for maintaining public trust. The equipment is safe, secured, and certified.
And is it connected to the internet in any way? Sorry, Madam Chair, but that's my next question.
Good.
No, the system is not connected to the internet.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Okay, thank you, Whitney, for bringing this to our attention and elaborating on it. Just wanted to know currently what is being used to ensure security and whatever you're talking about here. And is it just more? Is it more space you guys need, or you're talking about efficiency? How did you deem the other one not being effective? Or that's the question I have. Thank you.
For
Thank
the
you.
The purchase of an optical scanner, I guess, is what. Why are you asking for a purchase of an optical scanner now?
Sure. And it's an emphasis on that redundancy piece. So we're moving to mirror what other counties across Arizona look in terms of their ballot tabulation equipment. And so we would have a redundancy of our equipment. So we currently have two 450s. This 950 allows for a greater number of ballots to be processed in a more timely fashion. And it provides backups to our currently existing systems.
Good. Thank you, Whitney. And I just have a comment to make, but before I do that, Supervisor Begay, any other questions on that? I want to make sure, okay, good. And yes, I think that this board has made it very clear that we are going to do what we can here in Coconino County to assure the highest degree of voter protection, the highest degree of ballot accuracy. I love the fact, as you said, that this has helped make it safe, secure, and certified. And I think that that is very clear that we want the very highest standards here for Coconino County. So I applaud you and the elections department for taking a look at that redundancy and ensuring that we maintain the highest standards for voter tabulation and to ensure voter accuracy. So really appreciate that, Wendy, for you and your staff. So any other comments, questions, or I'd entertain a motion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
I pulled this just to reassure the public that we have a secure election and the counts, and every measure is being taken to make sure that the election results are accurate. So I want to thank our staff for working with other counties throughout the Arizona, and our Secretary of State for ensuring that our elections are well organized and counted correctly. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And thank you for pulling it, Supervisor Fowler. I think it's important to get this information out to the public. So with that, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I'd like to approve the item number 17 as read into the record.
Very good, members of the board. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair to the purchase of an optical scanner from Election Systems and Software in the amount of $143,225. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. Thank you all, members of the board. We're moving on to item 19, which is, I believe, our last item for individual discussion from the consent agenda. And this was pulled, I'm going to read it first. Consideration of possible action to approve a lease agreement between Woodlands Business Center, LLC, the lessor, and Coconino County, the lessee, for the space located at 1300 West University, Flagstaff, Arizona, for the term of July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2030, for an annual cost of $155,260.50 plus any applicable tax. This is for the elections warehouse, which we, the board, reviewed during our budget discussions and approved during our budget discussions. So here is the lease agreement coming back to us. And with that, I know this was pulled because of a typo. So is Tom Hanachek on? I think he's going to address this. Is that correct, County Manager?
That is correct.
All right, Tom, good to see you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, you are absolutely right. The way you reread that agenda item, the term of the lease begins July 1st, which is just next week, and it extends for a term of 7 years all the way to June 30th, 2030. The details of the lease are in the packet. You got an updated lease yesterday evening, so I'm available to answer any questions on that.
Very good.
Ma-
Yes.
Madam
Thank
Chair, if I could add some comments.
Yes, please, County Manager.
So as you've indicated, the lease is going to be provide for secure emphasis on secure storage of all equipment, ballots, materials, et cetera, related to elections. It is also going to house the election staff. So election staff will be consolidated into the new location, which we will be referring to as the election center, of which warehousing will be part of that. And so it does provide the opportunity with Tom and some of the work that he's doing in his office to reconfigure the interior space. We'll be providing the opportunity for board members to come out and look at that. But an important part of any elections layout is the opportunity and the requirement for the public to visually see what is happening in the center. And so it's being laid out not only for video feed, which is a requirement by statute, but also for nonpartisan partisan observers to come and watch the process in place. And so this is a huge step in the right direction of consolidating the election staff, providing the opportunity for observers, providing warehousing, and more importantly, the security of everything that we're doing related to elections. And so I just wanted to put that into the record, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. And again, it's to ensure the accuracy, safety, and security for our elections process. So we appreciate that. Any comments, questions, members of the board, or I'd entertain a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair.
I just want to say that I really appreciate us working to get the integrity of our elections and the security moving forward. And with that, I'd like to make the motion to go ahead and approve this item.
Very good. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Fowler. And any comments before we take the final action?
No.
All right. All those in favor of the lease agreement between Woodlands Business Center and Coconino County as set forth in our agenda, July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2030, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you so much. Members of the board, we have gotten through our very extensive consent agenda. So let's go ahead and move forward. Members of the board, the next item is a consent agenda from the Health District. So we must resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second by Vice Chair? All those in favor of resolving as the Health District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Health District Board of Directors, and we have a number of consent agenda items. We have 41 through 55. Members of the board, as I said, this is more ministerial or administrative in nature, can be done through one motion and one vote, or if you would like to individually discuss an item, have an individual motion and vote, we need to remove it from the consent agenda. Are there any items that you board members would like to have removed from the consent agenda for the Health District consent agenda? And I understand that legal has asked us to remove item 54 from the consent agenda. So we will remove item 54 from the consent agenda. Any other items to remove from the consent agenda?
Just 54, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. All right, anything else? All right, then with that, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda items 44 through 55, excluding item 54 for individual discussion. Do I have a motion?
Move.
I have a motion by Vice Chair, second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of approving the Health District consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous again. Thank you, members of the board. Let's take a look at item 54. Item 54 is consideration of possible action to approve Coconino County Public Health Service District Resolution 2023-01, adopting the county's purchasing policy for the Coconino County Public Health Services District operations. And I know we have this on our agenda for a number of our special districts that we, the board, also sit on as part of those special districts. And I understand that there has been legal advice that was rendered and provided to each of the board members on this with a recommendation on how to proceed. And County Manager, I'm going to turn this to you, and then you may want to turn this over to Heather.
Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, as the chair indicated, this item has been placed on all of the special districts agenda for today to consider adopting the county's purchasing policy. For some time now, we have always operated under the assumption and practice that the county's purchasing policies do in fact apply to our special districts. In recent discussions with the county attorney's office, we have had some questions related to taking additional steps to remove any inconsistencies or any questions that may come about as a result of the special district structure. And so I'm going to stop there and ask Deputy County Attorney Mosier to address, not in particular detail, because I think if we get into that, it might constitute a different type of discussion. But if you could, Deputy County Attorney, just generally address the observations from the County Attorney's Office relative to the purchasing policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And I just want to clarify, our office didn't request to remove these from the consent agenda. We simply wanted to provide the board members with some additional information in advance of today's meeting.
Well, that's why I wanted it to remove from consent agenda, because I wanted you to provide information to the public as well as the board. So thank you, Heather.
I appreciate that, Chair. So as I detailed in the email that I sent yesterday, the board each of the boards. So I'll address this one so we don't have to do this for each board of directors. Each of the board of directors of the special district, of course, has the authority to delegate their contracting authority to different members of the county, which is what the Board of Supervisors has done through their purchasing policy. The only thing I wanted the board to consider in looking at these items is that the way that the purchasing policy is currently written, it is specifically written for the Board of Supervisors. So when you are wearing your hat as a Board of Supervisor, as opposed to a Board of Director for any of the special districts. And so one of the recommendations we made was that we actually revise the language in the policy to make it clear both in its language and in its statutory reference, because each board of directors has a different statutory authorization to enter into contracts for that special district. That we could and are ready and willing to take the time to make those amendments to the language of the policy, so that when it is adopted by each of the boards of the special districts, it by its plain language and statutory reference applies to each of the special districts.
So are you recommending to change the item on the agenda, or are you making a recommendation for a motion that the board should consider in order to accomplish what you are recommending?
I think if the board wanted to consider delaying this to allow those changes to be made, you could either make the motion that way, or you could vote to not, to reject the items today and we could represent them. I think we would be ready at the August 1st board meeting. So either way the board wanted to proceed.
So members of the board, I'm going to make a recommendation that we table item 54 in light of the recommendation from the county attorney's office. That we then add this to our next agenda item with changes as recommended. Is there any objection to that? Yeah, County Manager.
I will, after your second, make some comments.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, I had called this item.
I'm sorry. So thank you. So you're making a motion to table item 54 to the next meeting. Is that correct?
No, I had called it for a reason.
Okay, please proceed. I'm sorry.
Okay, so since we're talking about all of them, possibly tabling or moving forward with them. Each of the item, number 54, has an edit. County, one of the county needs to be lined out. It has county. And then also it turns the Board of Supervisors into individual members, and it says their, it should have its instead of their. So that goes for number 6, item number 60, 61, number 62, item 62, item 67, and item 71. So their to its. Because the Board of Supervisor is one unit rather than board members taking an action. So that would be it, whether it's tabled or not. I think we need to do some editing on these on the language there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I appreciate that. I'm going to make a motion at this time that we table item 54. When we get to the other items, I will probably make a similar motion. So I'm going to make a motion to table 54. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor?
Oh, Madam Chair, I want to comment on the item.
Oh, I apologize, County Manager.
So
Please.
again, I'm concerned by tabling. Every day we're transacting business, we're procuring, we're having, we're using our purchasing policy, and so are the special districts. So if we table, and this is directed to Deputy County Attorney, I want assurance that we can continue to transact business as we always have been through the special districts, because I'm a little concerned that if we do nothing today, if we table these items, I don't want to have a situation where something comes up, we need to transact business, and we're basically in the absence of a purchasing policy. That is why we put on the agenda today for the special districts to adopt the county's purchasing policy so that we can continue to transact business, until which time we have a revised purchasing policy to look at and to consider.
And if I can, before Heather, we hear from you, and I apologize, I like paper. I don't have paper. I got everything electric here since I'm not in Flag. And so if I misstate this, here's what I am understanding in layperson's English, what you're trying to do. Correct me if I'm wrong. The recommendation from the county attorney's office is that instead of us adopting a county's purchasing policy for each individual one of our special districts, that we, the board, sit on as a district director for that district, that in lieu of that we basically amend our purchasing policy for the county. And in that amendment, we're going to be including all of our special districts. So instead of amending the policy for each of our special districts, we are going to merely make a change to amend the one policy, the county's purchasing policy, and have it apply to the special districts. In layperson's English, Heather, is that what you're recommending?
That is correct, Chair. And to address Steve's point, not adopting this change today will not bring an end or a halt to business in any of the special districts. The only difference, and it is the way we have been interpreting the policy since before I joined the civil division, is that the purchasing policy itself is written for the Board of Supervisors. Contracts that apply to special districts must be brought to the Board of Directors, because each of those boards of directors has not delegated their contractual authority to anybody in county management, as the Board of Supervisors has done. So we will keep going the same way that we have for the next month until we bring this back to you in August. And if you adopt it at that point, then you will give signatory authority for contracts up to $100,000 to various people throughout the county, retaining anything above $100,000 for the Board of Directors.
County Manager, will that cover your concerns for the next month or until our next board meeting, so that we can amend the county's policy to include purchasing from our special districts? Will that cover it?
Well, I want to clarify though, that every day we make a purchase, we are using the county's purchasing policies. So it not only applies to contracts, it applies to everything we do in transacting business. And so again, I want to just make, have assurances that, whatever we're purchasing now, we're going to continue to purchase specifically the special districts as we would have normally done anyway. So again, having that understanding, going forward as has been stated, with that understood, then I would support it. But again, I do need that assurance because it always seems like right after we have what if we get something as an example like is very different, whatever, and it's like, well, sorry, we don't have that authority until we come back to the board. I just can't, we just can't wait. We're going to work with the county attorney's office. Again, I just want to make sure that every day we're purchasing anything, we're not going to have a hang up relative to the purchasing policy question.
Heather, I assume from what you said that you're giving those assurances until we get this changed, hopefully at the next board meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, we will keep going the same way we have been going every day until today.
So we have a motion and a second. And members, what this would do is put this on a follow the next board meeting to allow recommendations from the deputy county attorney and the county attorney's office to have an amendment to our county purchasing policy, which would then incorporate and allow the special districts that would then utilize the county's purchasing policy. So the motion for right now is merely to table. We'll have a new motion presented with this recommendation at the next board meeting. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of tabling, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody else? I heard two. Supervisor Ryan, how do you stand?
I had my mic on and I said aye.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
And
Supervisor.
I say aye as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, aye.
All right, very good. It's unanimous and it passes, it's tabled. And just for clarification, I am doing my very best to look at everybody's mouth as well as your hearing you so that we make sure we have an accurate record. There has been some questions about that. So I'm doing what I can to make sure we have an accurate record. And I apologize. I don't mean to call anybody out. I'm just doing the best job I can, making sure everybody's voting. So thank you. So members of the board, we must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors, please signify by saying aye.
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 I hear that. I love it. And it is unanimous. Okay, well, now that we're the Board of Supervisors, we are not done. We now must resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair, a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. We are now the Jail District Board of Directors. So we have a consent agenda item, or actually we have a number of consent agenda items, 56 through 60. Members of the board, as you know, consent agenda items are through one motion and one vote. If you want into individual discussions, we need to remove them from the consent agenda. Do I have a request to remove? I think Supervisor Fowler, you'd like 60 removed since it's also.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other items removed from the jail district consent?
No.
Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept the jail district consent agenda items 56 through 59 and removing 60?
So
So
move.
moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair and a second by Supervisor Fowler. Is that right?
No, Begay.
Supervisor Begay, all those in favor of the consent agenda as set forth, removing item number 60, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. Members of the board, we did remove item 60. That is consideration of possible action to approve Coconino County Jail District Resolution 2023-01, adopting the county's purchasing policy for the Coconino County Jail District operations. And this is, as already been pointed out by Supervisor Fowler, the same as we looked at for number 54 for our health district purchasing policy. Do I have a motion to table this item?
So
I
moved.
move that we table this item.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. We are going forward. Members of the board, we must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors for just a moment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Fowler, second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of returning us to the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Members of the board, we must now resolve as the Library District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of resolving as the Library District Board of Directors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, it's going forward. We have one item. And this is again, consideration of possible action to approve Coconino County Library District Resolution 2023-01, adopting the county's purchasing policy for the Coconino County Library District operations. Again, this is similar, as pointed out by Supervisor Fowler, similar to 60 and also 54. Do I have a motion, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, I move that we table this item.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. And we are now needing to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of returning to the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We're now on to item 62. Let's see here. Item 62, consideration and possible action to approve the Tucson Special District Lighting District Resolution 2023, adopting the Coconino County purchasing policy for the Tucson Special Street Lighting District operations. It's the same as the others that we've looked at for purchasing policy. Do I have a motion, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, I move that we table number 62.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of tabling 62 signify by saying aye.
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 Supervisor Reiner. I cannot hear Supervisor Ryan. I don't know what's going on. Can anybody else?
No, his audio is not coming through now.
You're going to have to perfect your lip reading skills.
I'm trying, but he's looking down. We're having a hard time hearing you, Matt.
You might have to leave and come back again. But we do have quorum. Just to ensure, we do have quorum. So.
Okay, then. I think that was a thumbs up by him anyway, so it's unanimous. So let's move on. And we now have to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Supervisor Fowler's made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
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 It's unanimous, except I think Supervisor Ryan is trying to get his audio. So we'll show that as a 4-0 while we're getting technical difficulties resolved. All right. County manager.
Madam Chair, in the interest of time, staff recommends that items 63, 64, 65, and 66 be set aside. Any information that that would need to be provided to you, we can provide it through other means, through emails, et cetera. So again, we don't have anything time sensitive in these areas, so we can dispense with those items.
All right, very, very good. Thank you. And before we move on, unless a board member has something that is absolutely burning that you need to discuss at round table, otherwise I would recommend that we proceed and with item 67. So anything burning that needs to be brought up by members of the board? All right, seeing none, we are on number 67, and this is presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve resolution 2023-35, adopting the Rogers Lake Community Forest Plan. And I know this is something that is very near and dear to Supervisor Ryan's heart and to all of ours as well. So I want to make sure we can hear from Supervisor Ryan before we proceed on this. So if we need to, we could take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're taking a 5-minute break to get Supervisor Ryan back with us. So members of the board, let's take 5 and we'll get Supervisor Ryan back with us. Thank you so much.
And Lindsay, if
Thank
you
you.
can pull over Cynthia.
Yes, Cynthia, if you can just accept the promotion.
Thank you.
Cynthia had to step away from her desk just for a second. I'll ask her
Okay.
to join in just a second. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
Thank you. Cynthia, Liz, or Jessica, did you want to test your microphones?
Oh, thank you. I can test mine. You can hear me, yes?
Yep. I can hear you. I can see you. Thank you.
And this is Jessica.
I can hear you, Jessica. Thank you.
Do we have Matt on with his mic? Want to make sure he's fully on with us.
I think he's,
Looks like we lost him. Let me get a hold of him real quick.
I think he's reconnecting.
Liz, is Cynthia ready, or is she still away for a minute?
I believe she is here. There she is.
Good. Well, I guess you'll be presenting for this, so.
I'd love to introduce Jessica, and then Jessica will be presenting.
Jessica, they put you in the hot seat, huh?
That's all right. Yeah, I'm ready to start.
Well, I know this is something that's very important for Matt and for the rest of the board members, but it's in his district and he's been very, very involved in this. And so I want to make sure he's on with us.
Fantastic.
But I appreciate your enthusiasm, Jessica.
Chair, I've got him on my phone. I'm trying to get him into the meeting. He's trying to work to get into the meeting.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Ryan is on. We're just promoting him.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, Supervisor
cool.
Ryan.
I discovered at the same point you did that something was going wrong with my computer. So sorry about that, guys.
No problem. Thanks for being there. As I said, you know, I've probably learned more from you on this than anyone on Rogers Lake. So I want to make sure you were on here for this presentation. So glad you're with us, Matt. All right, members of the board, I think we are all back. Is that correct, Lindsay?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Very good. And also, I do see, I'm going to go on then to the next item. And this is an exciting item. It's presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve 2023-35, adopting the Rogers Lake Community Forest Plan. And this is Parks and Rec. And I see that Cynthia Nemeth is with us always whenever we're talking about Parks and Rec. And I'm going to have her take it away. And I think she's going to introduce some other folks to us.
Madam Chair, members of the board, county leadership joining us here today. I'm actually going to toss this over to Liz Krug to introduce Jess and give a little intro here. Liz and Jessica have taken on the leadership of this, and Liz especially has been tracking this for years. So I don't want to steal your thunder, Liz and Jessica, so I'm going to just toss it right over to you, Liz.
Well, thank you and good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. And I just want to say, first of all, thank you for hearing our presentation today. And I'd like to introduce Jessica Simmons, the county's urban wildlife planner, who will be presenting the Rogers Lake Community Forest Plan, the feedback we received from the public comment period, and the changes we made to the document as a result of that feedback. And our department, Parks and Recreation, really appreciates the public and the community forest stakeholders for reading through the draft document and providing their suggestions. And with that, I'll just turn that over to Jessica. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cynthia and Liz, for that introduction. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and County Leadership. Thank you so much for having me back. I am going to be talking about the community forest plan out at Rogers Lake that I presented to the board last month. Today, I'm going to just give a quick presentation telling the board about our public input gathering process and changes that were made to the plan since the last time the board saw a draft. Now, is my presentation showing properly?
Yes, it is, and it is in presentation mode, so you look good.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Horstman. So first, I'm going to describe our input gathering process. This is the public vetting process we carried out over the last month and in a little bit in June too. So on May the 4th, we gave our first presentation to the Parks and Recreation Commission, showing them the draft that we had. And then from May 10th through May 31st, we had our public comment period. So that was when we had 2 public open houses, which were both in person and with a virtual option. And also during that time, for 3 weeks, we had a draft of the presentation up on Conveo, which is a website where people can go, anyone can go and look at the draft and post any comments or questions that they would like or respond to other comments. So it's a great way for people to give their comments on the document if they are unable to attend an open house. And the link to that was publicized via our social media channels, the Parks and Recreation website, our partners list, and county newsletters. On May 10th, we had our first open house. That was over there at Fort Tuthill. And then on May 23rd, I'm sure you remember, we gave our first presentation to the Board of Supervisors about the draft. And then on May 25th, we had our second open house. And then on June 1st, we gave our second presentation to the Parks and Recreation Commission, telling them about the changes in the draft that I'm about to give to the board right now. So the results of this public input gathering are that we had about 22 people attending the 2 open houses. We had representatives from NAU, the Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, Camp Navajo, BNSF Railways, Coconino County, the Navy, the Arboretum, and private property owners from around Rogers Lake. And from those open houses, we received about 5 comments, but don't be deceived if that seems like a low number. We had a lot of really great questions and answers and a lot of really great discussion. They went really well. And then from the presentations, we received comments from the Parks and Rec Commission and from the Board of Supervisors. And then the online draft on Conveo received 91 views and 25 comments. So we got a total of about 40 comments. And the result of the second meeting from the Parks and Rec Commission was that they unanimously voted to recommend that the plan be approved. So that is a summary of our input gathering process that I just went over. So now the second thing I want to tell you, the board, about is about the changes that have happened to the draft as a result of this public vetting and comments that we received. So I am going to go through the comments that we received and the changes made to the document as a result of them. I'm going to show just substantial comments. I'm not going to go through editorial or wordsmithing type comments. And if there were multiple comments on one comment, I just consolidated those. So we had a lot of questions about the planning context of this community forest plan. So the community forest plan, which is what we're talking about today, only applies to those 80 acres where that are going to be designated a community forest. And once the county acquired those became part of Rogers Lake County Natural Area. So this plan, these 80 acres actually fall under several plans. There's the community forest plan, which is this one. There's the Rogers Lake management plan. And then there's also the Flagstaff regional plan and county comprehensive plan. And we did get some questions about how those all fit together. So we added some language to the document about that. It's important to talk about all those plans and the goals that they have, because of course they must complement each other and they can't contradict each other.
And then this one sort of ties in with the last one. We had questions about how the management of the community forest parcel would relate to management of Rogers Lake as a whole. So we added, also, again, clarifying language about that. So just again, to reiterate, the community forest parcel is now part of Rogers Lake County Natural Area. So this plan covers the 80 acres, but so does all of the Rogers Lake management plan. So we just added in some language about how those plans complement each other and how that works. We had a question about adding in what the emergency fire incidents response protocol is. So we added in some language about that. We had several comments asking about interpretive signage, which makes a lot of sense because one of the goals of a community forest is to provide education opportunities for the public. So of course, interpretive signage is a really great way to do that. And while we don't have any details at this moment of exactly what types of signs or where they would go that we would want to put there, we did add a goal to the document about the county pursuing funding opportunities to add interpretive signage to that parcel. There is interpretive signage out at Rogers Lake, just not on that parcel right now. So the BNSF Railways timber rights issue is not something that we put in the draft that the board saw last month. The issue is that while the county owns the land, BNSF Railways retains the timber rights to the timber on the land. And that was not addressed in the draft. So we added in a paragraph about that and language about how the county is going to continue to pursue obtaining those rights. We also had several questions about the Frontieri property. What is it? How does it relate to the community forest? How does it relate to Rogers Lake? And while the Frontieri property doesn't really have anything directly to do with the community forest parcel, we did add in a paragraph explaining what the Frontieri property is and how it relates to the community forest, which is not much. It shouldn't really have any effect on our management of the community forest parcel. The community forest parcel is under a conservation easement, and we received a question asking whether the rest of Rogers Lake is under a conservation easement and also whether the Frontieri property is under a conservation easement. And the answer to those questions is yes, and we clarified that in the document. We mentioned in the plan that grazing has historically taken place on the community forest parcel and also currently takes place and will take place into the future. And we got a question asking about more details on that, exactly how long that would go on and details like that. So we put some more information about that into the document. In the section of the document where we talk about educational opportunities, we talked about partnering with NAU and the Centennial Forest. And we got a comment that the county should try to expand those opportunities. And that is exactly what obtaining this parcel and putting it under community forest designation would accomplish. It would expand NAU's and the county's opportunity to provide such educational opportunities. And this was addressed under implementation strategies in the document. But I did get in touch with some forestry contacts that we have at NAU, and I sent them the language that we have in there about that. And they gave some great feedback, and they made some edits and additions to that language. So we did expand on that a little bit. So those are all the comments that resulted in changes to the document. And this slide is showing the appendices that are in there. So when we looked at the document last month, it only had one appendix, which is the burn plan. I put it in parentheses there just so everyone can remember that it's there. That's the burn plan for Rogers Lake and for Fort Tuthill. And then these other two that I've listed here on the slide are two appendices that we added in response to comments asking for more information on certain topics. The first one there is, we're calling it the REPI Land Management Plan. And that is a land management plan that we wrote a few years ago just for that 80 acres. So the same 80 acres that the community forest is going to be. And it's a management plan that was written when those 80 acres were put under a conservation easement. So it basically describes how the land is going to be managed by the county so as to conserve the natural characteristics of that land and not conflict with the conservation easement. So that describes, it goes into a lot more detail on how exactly that parcel is going to be managed to comply with the conservation easement. And then the second bullet point here, we added as an appendix a timber report that was carried out in, I believe, 2019 for the 80-acre parcel. So again, this is just for the community forest parcel, not for all of Rogers Lake. And there was a study done to assess the feasibility of harvesting commercial timber off the parcel. And basically the report concluded that the cost of harvesting the timber would not be worth any money that could be made off it. So those are the two appendices that we have added since the board has last seen the document. And that is your update on the community forest plan. And with that, we ask the board for your approval of the community forest plan so we can provide all these great increased benefits to the community.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the overview and the slideshow. And I'm going to also just ask Supervisor Ryan to comment on this first.
Oopsie daisy, trying to find my mic there. Actually, I appreciate the due diligence that everybody came back, took a look at it, discussed it. I mean, this is what it's about. You know, you put it out there, you put together an excellent product right off the bat. But pause for a second. Let's have some additional conversations, see if we can even enhance it better. And I think that's what you guys did. So my compliments to all the work that you did and bringing those people. When you get them together, isn't it fascinating? It's you just have this wealth of information and these brains at the table that just complement what we're all trying to do out there. So my statement is, you know, going back to Liz, going back to Jessica, well done. Really appreciate the work that you guys put in on this. Thank you, Madam Chair. I like what we have. We can continue to keep building on it. And plans should not be static. It's a plan is a living document, and that's one of the key pieces. That if we keep that in mind and how you guys have linked these with the other plans, it makes sure that we are keeping them as living documents. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And before we entertain a motion, I'm going to just, any other questions or comments from other board members?
Sure, I'd like to say something, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, Vice Chair.
I just want to say that I really appreciate this plan. I went out to Rogers Lake a couple weeks ago to look at the water, and it's just such an amazing place. And so it's really encouraging to know that we have a management plan that will protect that space for our community. And so I'm really excited that we're going to continue the preservation of that area using this plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, and great photos you took from out there too. So thank you. All right, other comments, questions, members of the board?
No.
You know, it is consistent. Rogers Lake area is just so wonderful. Even, you know, and you have to give it to, you know, District 3. They have more than just requests for liquor license applications. They have some absolutely beautiful open spaces. And certainly that Rogers Lake area is one, and really appreciate all the efforts on Parks and Recs on this. The Rogers Lake Community Forest Plan is excellent. Obviously, the public thought so too. Appreciate it was a unanimous approval and recommendation to approve this plan. And once somebody makes a motion, I think we need to approve this plan. And when we're going to make that motion, I'm going to turn this to Supervisor Ryan.
Madam
But
Chair.
before then, I know that others would like to make comments. So Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. This has been a long time coming. It's been a process, quite many years, with various aspects of Rogers Lake just slowly coming into pieces, and just really appreciate this plan that's been presented. It's really wonderful. Thank you, Matt, and thank you to our staff and other partners have been involved in this. So I just want to, I think it's such a treasure that we have, and I just want to thank you all for working on it. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Supervisor Fowler. Other comments, questions, members of the board?
Nope.
All right, then I am going to turn this over to Supervisor Ryan for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly. Just one last comment would be, it takes a village, and this is a great example of everybody working together to make this a success. So I move that we approve resolution 2023-35, adopting the Rogers Lake Community Forest Plan.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of approving resolution 2023-35, adopting the Rogers Lake Community Forest Plan, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Very good. It
Aye.
is unanimous, and this calls for a celebration out there, County Manager.
You bet.
I think we need to go out there and do a little celebration.
We should do that. I was out there this weekend and it was it's very well utilized. People were coming up at families, and we're talking all sizes, all, you name it, all ages. It was beautiful out there, and it is such a special area. And so I agree with everything you said. We need to have a shindig out there.
And I think this probably comes from Matt Ryan's CI funds, don't you think, County Manager?
At least.
But we had a chance to pull from District 1 earlier.
Oh, that's true. That was good.
Yeah. All right.
But
Yeah,
it would
good
be
stuff.
fun. It would really be fun to go out there. It'd be really nice. It's such a beautiful area. It'd be good to see where the community forest plan, the area is, and really enjoy it. So thank you. As always, Liz and Jessica, we really, Cynthia, we really appreciate all of your hard work and Parks and Rec's hard work. It's great to see you, and thank you for presenting today. Thanks, Jessica.
Madam Chair, and along with that, and I know you're saying this, but I do, we do want to acknowledge the work of the Planning and Zoning Commission on this issue.
Absolutely, yes. We just reappointed 2 members of the P&Z, and they do spend an awful lot of time helping us on these decisions and helping our community. So thank you for pointing that out, Supervisor Ryan. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. You all have a good afternoon.
All right. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So we are moving along on our agenda, and I know that this is going to make Lucinda happy because I know this is time sensitive. So members of the board, we are now the Board of Supervisors, but we must resolve as the Flood Control District Board. Do I have a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second the motion.
I have a motion by Vice Chair, second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. And so we are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And at this point, I do see that our Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani, is with us. And so I'm going to turn this over, County Manager, to Lucinda. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So Lucinda.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you great, Lucinda.
All right. Wonderful. I'm operating from my Jeep office up in Montana, trying to get in a vacation here before the monsoon. And so we do have up here, unlike in our area, we're getting a lot of thunderstorms. And a lot of moisture. So if it starts to really dump, Sean Golightly will take over. But we're going to start off today with a brief update on where we are.
Well,
and with the district overall, and then we have 2 other items that we'll cover as well. So go ahead, Sean.
And I believe we lost you, Lucinda, for just a second. I believe the Flood Control District Attorney, Andrew McGuire, is also on. So I think it's important to acknowledge that he's with us as well.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Sean, take it away.
Well, I'm actually going to go as long as I can here.
Okay.
It's not raining now, so we should be fine. So go ahead, Sean, to the next slide here, and then to the next slide. We're going to just walk through quickly here Things are progressing with the spring projects, progressing very well. Overall, we're making excellent progress. I'm really pleased to report we really only have one project that's encountered some significant challenges, and I'll get to that in a minute. But Wupaki Trails on Forest, things are moving very well, and as anticipated, they should be completed by the middle of July, the second week of July. They're going really well. And this says construction 80%. I would say we're probably at a good 85 to 90%. So, and we know that this piece is really important. The on-forest element is very important. So next slide, Sean. Off-forest within Wupaki Trails, the channel is moving very quickly. They have completed the pour of the concrete for the box culvert at Camino de los Vientos, and it's going through a curing process right now, and they expect to pull those forms here within the next 3 to 5 days. And if everything checks out, they do a certain level, they do a certain type of testing, and if it all tests out well, that should be completed. And now they'll be able to then complete each side of that box culvert, the actual channel itself. So we're nearing 100%. I think within a week, no later than 2 weeks, will we have the channel completed, and it'll be in a position to carry its full expected design storm, which again is, the overall channel effort. We're probably getting more like 800 to 900 cubic feet per second. And then with addition with the storm drain getting up closer to the 1100, 1300. So the storm drain, on the other hand, has had some real challenges with rock, a tremendous amount of rock in that area. That is not surprising. It's alluvial fan, very close to steep slopes. But they've had some challenges there, and that is moving a bit slower than they have expected, but they are at about 30% now. They will have cleared the Wilson's property and started up the Camino de los Vientos this week. And they're bringing in another piece of equipment to help do break rock if they encounter more rock as they progress northward. We also made an effort to bring in a second pipe crew. Unfortunately, the contractor that supplies the pipe is having some challenges with constructing the pipe, producing the pipe itself, just relative to the volume of work that they're experiencing right now. So we've been still hoping that may happen, but certainly unlikely at this stage. But they will continue to progress. The plan right now is to be complete with the storm drain by the 3rd week of July. So we will be adapting the the terminal trench on forest once the channel is completed. We will adapt that so that channel can accept the 800 CFS. And as we've explained to the community, the rest of the water will go where it has gone before. And we're also working with people to ensure that their short-term mitigation is where they want it to be and where it needs to be. I think, everybody knows we're doing the best we can. So, but overall, really pleased that we're getting that on forest work done. That's really critical. So next slide, Sean. Brandis Way, as we reported, it is complete, both on and off forest beyond some minor stock tank work that's needed, which we'll come back and probably do this fall. Next slide. The Brandis Channel is completed. That work is done. Again, as we've reported before, the Brandis Box Culvert, we will take that up this fall, working in concert with ADOT. So is the goal. Next slide, please. And as we reported prior, all the construction is complete on Campbell, South Paintbrush, and North Paintbrush, both on and off Forest. So things are in good shape there and ready to receive water. Next slide, please. And the shotcrete is completed on Campbell. Everything in great shape there, ready to go. Schultz Creek, we're progressing there. There are, as you know, there's a type of approach that we're taking there called plug and spread. We've completed 5 of the 11 plugs. So we're a little over halfway. We're about halfway. I know this week they will progress further there, and still expect to be complete by mid-July. And phase 2, the upper area, will undertake this fall as planned in accordance with the Forest Service restrictions due to spotted owl. Next slide, please. Parkway Sediment Basin, the first basin that we constructed this spring is complete. You can see it here. They've completed all the hydro seeding and it's ready to accept water. That project is completed. And again, the plan is to come back this fall and complete the other 2 basins, but it's looking really good, as you can see from the photograph here. Really pleased with how it turned out. Next slide, please. The remaining projects, as I mentioned, we've got, primarily focusing now on Wupaki Trails, and have really completed pretty much everything else beyond a couple of stock tanks. And this is a chart that you can take a look at that basically just captures the progress for each of the spring projects. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it over to Sean for a brief update on communications.
Great. Thank you, Lucinda. Sean Golightly here, Community Relations for the Flood Control District. We just want to give you a quick overview on the kind of things that we've been up to since we last met. Sean, if you could give me the next slide there. So as a brief overview, some of the communication products we're putting out, we are continuing with our weekly e-news updates. Those are going out every week to the Schultz Pipeline flood area, giving a lot of general construction updates as well as other important messages to folks in that area. Since we last met too, we also went through and published and distributed some of our larger annual publications. That includes the 2023 Flood Guide and the 2023 Flood Advisories. So the Flood Guide, which is a sort of a comprehensive, almost like newspaper full of both resources, mitigation updates, information of that respect, that went out to the Schultz Pipeline flood area, whereas the advisories, which give residents some more updates about the short-term mitigation recommendations, as well as just the mitigation that we've constructed in those areas. Those advisories have been distributed to the Schultz Pipeline, Museum, and Pipeline West area. So those all went out last month and have been placed in the hands there. Other than those publications, we've also been engaging in a lot of community meetings. You're probably aware that we hold corridor meetings to discuss sort of the engineering and long-term mitigation process and progress with residents in various flood corridors. On May 17th, we had a meeting with the Peachville corridor. On June 7th, we had a meeting with the Copeland corridor. We also had a flood prep meeting for the general county flood area on June 6th. This meeting, we discussed not only short-term mitigation recommendations, but also a little bit of the emergency response process. We had some participation from emergency management and went into some of the other recommendations for folks in flood areas, everything from mitigation to insurance recommendations, things of that nature. Then moving on to elements of media outreach. Many of you are aware back in May, we had a wildfire event at the Orpheum on May 25th. We also had an event with Senator Kelly and the Small Business Administration, in which they came out towards some of the mitigation areas, and we had some good media coverage on that event as well. You can see one of the headlines for that on the slide here. We've also been working really hand in hand with the Forest Service to do a good bit of outreach for the Schultz Creek project. As you're probably aware, this is a very high recreation area. There's a lot of recreational use here. So we felt it was very important to make sure that we were communicating a lot with the community so that they had not only an understanding of what the scope of work looked like for this area, but also how it might impact their recreational activities in terms of trail closures, things of that nature. So we've been working hand in hand with the Forest Service, and we expect to continue that outreach through the duration of this project, including a little bit of inviting the media in to come and see the finished product here in the not too distant future. That's a bit of a summary of everything we've been up to communications wise. Lucinda also mentioned, Wupaki trails, and as phases of that project are starting to come into completion, we'll be issuing another communication here really shortly to let folks in that area know what to expect if we start to see rain events here in the next couple of weeks. Before the total system is complete there, we're going to communicate with them how we will modify the terminal trench to send water into the functioning areas of the mitigation system, what that will look like on their end as we continue to complete that system while the rains potentially come. So that's another bit of communication we'll be doing out, and that is an overview on everything we've been up to here.
Great, thank you, Sean, and yeah, that communication, it will emphasize a lot of points that we shared during the last meeting we held with the Wupaki Trails area community there, to really make sure to reiterate the messaging around the no adverse impact, and that the waters will flow as had intended, with both the mitigation and without the mitigation, and how that's being sequenced over time. Fortunately, the Weather Service is continuing to indicate that we're looking at least 2 weeks before the start of the monsoon. So it's giving us a nice little break here, a good 2 to 3 weeks, it looks like. So with that, we'll move to the next section. Sean.
All right, thank you, Lucinda. Again, good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Chair. My name is Sean Puyam. I serve as a business manager for the Flood Control District. And I kind of want to start off by giving a little bit of a recap on some of the work that was been done that Lucinda mentioned earlier. First, we'll start with the Forest Service projects, all the on-forest mitigation work. Just to kind of recap, we initiated a GMP cost of about 12.802 million for on-forest projects for this summer. Currently, we are actually, as of last Wednesday, the 21st, we were sitting at a total invoice processed amount of about 1.8 million. As of today, that number has actually jumped up to 4.2 million. So we've been getting invoices for that work coming in. That's really important because those are what we will submit for reimbursement to the Forest Service. Lucinda indicated the different projects that are going on in the different watersheds. But we have been in contact with the Forest Service, letting them know that we are going to be submitting our first round of reimbursement for this work. And that reimbursement amount will be around that 4.2 million in the coming days. One of the other things that we wanted to do in terms of being in contact with the Forest Service, as well as NRCS, is really making sure that we work with them in their processes to ensure that we get a quick turnaround when it comes to reimbursement. In the past, we have gotten reimbursement from the Forest Service and NRCS in a pretty timely manner, usually within 30 days. So we're hoping for that same kind of production when we start submitting reimbursement requests for the Forest Service, as well as NRCS. The next slide goes into specifically the NRCS work out in Brandis and Wupatki. That work, again, the GMP cost was roughly about 8.5 million. Now that 8.5 million does not include the 1 million we were awarded in engineering and technical assistance cost. That's a little bit separate. As of last week on the 21st, the amount that we had been invoiced and processed was 1.6. Just like with the on-forest work, that amount has gone up. We're now sitting at about 2.8 million that has been invoiced. Along the same lines as the Forest Service work, we have reached out to NRCS and begun the process of submitting our first initial reimbursement, which will be that 2.8 million number that I just mentioned. One of the other things too is that we will also, as Lucinda mentioned, now that the Parkway Sediment Basin is complete, we will also be submitting that for reimbursement as well. That will be coming in the coming days, and that one is about 1.3, as Lucinda indicated. The next slide, this piece talks specifically about the Wapaki Trail Storm Drain Project. This is an important project. This is a project that is going to be covered by the district. The initial estimate for this cost was 1.5, but you'll see on the slide that after engineering and after they've gone in and looked at it, it's actually going to be a cost of about 2.9 million. Again, this cost is what will be absorbed by the district. And originally this was going to be, the funds allocated for this project was going to come out of the general fund loan of the 15.5 million that we've talked about in the past. But now looking forward, because of the high price of this particular project, we don't have the funds in the general fund loan. The next slide will show a breakdown of where we are with the general fund, but that's why one of the items that are coming up on today's agenda is around the budget amendment for the DFFM funding reimbursement. What we're asking for is essentially to access 3.1 million of those funds to help cover the cost of this storm drain project. And then the remaining balance of those funds will be rolled over into the next fiscal year.
And we will speak to that further during that item to explain that.
Yeah, thank you, Lucinda. The next slide is, again, going back to that general fund loan. I know we've been giving updates throughout the year. This gives a breakdown of all the costs that were associated with that loan. Basically, it shows how we've allocated funds from that 15.5 that was awarded from the general fund. And when you go through this list, you'll see at the base, we've accumulated a cost of 13.1 million. That leaves us with a balance about 2.3, which again, we are using for unintended cost or ineligible costs that won't be covered by any of the federal funding. Those costs continue to go up depending on what type of work is being done out in the field. One other thing that I did want to mention is that as we started to receive the invoices for both the on-forest and NRCS projects, we are seeing that those invoices are coming in lower than originally estimated. So that is a good thing that will help us kind of reallocate some of the funding as needed to hopefully cover some additional costs so that we will be able to maximize the remaining balance from this general fund, remaining balance on the loan. And with that, I'll go ahead and pause for any questions.
So we'll take questions at the end, but I just want to add that we will update the year-end estimates for the board and provide that information. But right now, the numbers are very consistent with what we presented at the budget hearing in terms of what was anticipated for expenditures for this year, as well as, you know, what that impact is over the 10 years. So we're not seeing any big changes relative to that right now. And and frankly, I think I had fully expected to have exhausted the loan funds coming through the fall projects, but we were able to shift a chunk of those fall projects to the Forest Service funding rather than having to cover it with district funding. So that allowed us with some capacity there. And we've been able to cover a lot more of our costs now with the loan, including covering all of the costs for the response costs. And then on top of the response costs being got covered by the loan, rather than ending up being covered by, in effect, the DFFM reimbursement for a large component of those response costs. So, we weren't sure we were ever going to get that DFFM. That was not anticipated. That had not been budgeted, about the 5.3 million. So we're able to use that now to be able to cover the cost of the storm drain project and some additional prep work for this spring. One thing that we had a small amount of funding in for prep work for this spring, we exhausted that on snowmelt response. Sean, what was the total snowmelt response? Did we end up with about 100,000?
The total amount for snowmelt was 84,000.
84,000. So we expended quite a bit more than, well, certainly we expended that funds and did not even anticipate that. So, and that came out of our flood prep funding. So, but given the funding that we received through the DFFM for the response costs and the loan, we're still in pretty good shape. So it's pretty much tracking with what we had shared at the board budget hearing back in May. So with that, go ahead and go to the next slide here, Sean. Going to turn it over to Jay to do a brief update on forest restoration.
Before we do this, I really think we should stop and pause and hear from the board on the flood control presentation. Okay.
Well, we've got another slide we're going to come back to close it out. So he's just got a couple slides. Or we can skip this element as well. So if you want to just skip it, let's go ahead and go to the end. I don't think Jay had anything significant that he had to report. Why don't we go ahead and go to the last slide so we can close it out and then answer any questions.
And I do want to hear from him on it, but why don't we close out with the mitigation first and then go into some of the forest restoration and hear from Jay.
Yeah, and I just had a couple of slides. Certainly we've held the flood area wide meeting, about the flood prep. Want to reiterate that people need to maintain their short-term flood mitigation. I think we're seeing that pretty positive. People are maintaining their mitigation. That's a positive thing. Certainly, reiterating signing up for notifications and flood insurance and so forth. So we've gotten virtually no requests for support. We've gotten very, very few questions and communications from the flood area. So I think we're doing a good job communicating with people. Next slide. So I just want to reiterate the continuing financial impacts and risks. This has been a slide after every presentation we've done over the last year here. We're fortunate, as I want to reemphasize what Sean shared, is that most of the actual costs are coming in under the GMPs. So that's been good. I think we're seeing those costs come in under. Again, though, we will continue to experience some level of ineligible costs as we move forward. This was projected from day one. We understood that there were costs that would not be covered by the NRCS grant. Estimate remains there, 10 to 12 million. And we will see the impact of that, though more so in the next fiscal year when we move into the work in peaceful way, and Copeland corridors in particular, as well as to some extent in the government tank corridor as well. Sean provided where we stand with the loan process, and nothing that we're proposing in terms of utilizing the DFFM funding to cover the cost of the storm drain will affect that loan payback whatsoever. That plan remains the same as it was shown at the budget hearing, and remains the same. It will start in 25 and take place over a 5-year period. And we'll discuss that even further in the next item. So obviously, over the next 3 years, managing the cash flow will be somewhat challenging given the reimbursement process. Although, as Sean indicated, we have pretty good response from both NRCS and Forest Service in terms of pretty timely reimbursement. So, so that's a positive. However, I want to reiterate though too, is that if we have response costs this summer, we will not have access. As we all know, the DFF fund did not get funded nor by the governor and legislature. So it is not in the state budget. There's $0 there going forward. And so all those costs for response will be covered by the flood control district. We'll probably have some eligibility under FEMA DEMA. If we have a declared emergency, we'll have some of those costs that may be eligible for reimbursement from DEMA, but we'd be looking at a 3 to 4 year reimbursement cycle for those processes. Much slower than from NRCS and Forest Service, which usually take a month or two versus years. And we have budgeted for completing the Parkway sediment basins that has been identified in the 10-year plan for next year, for next fall. And to date, we have not spent any forest restoration funds, although those funds remain there in the flood control district budget and can be accessed if needed. I think one of the positives is that the communications that we're having with the Forest Service is that we're expecting the Forest Service to fund a pretty significant component of the work that needs to get done on the Upper Rio. So I think there's an opportunity that some of those funds can be made available sooner to be able to support the flood mitigation and other flood related activity in the future. So we'll see. We're playing that out. We need to get that in writing to ensure that that commitment is there. But I think there's definitely an opportunity there that Jay is focused on and we are focused on. So with that, if you want to go ahead and go to questions, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I think questions and comments are definitely in order. This is a lot of information, a lot of important information. And so I would like to get questions or comments from the board. I'll be happy to start out just real quick here on some of this, and I really do want to hear from my colleagues. First and foremost, I just want to sing the praises of what the Flood Control District has been able to do in record time with regards to their mitigation efforts. It was a year ago that we were dealing with 2 fires, and then the floods, I think, had just about started about a year ago from now. And during that period of time, we have been able to obtain, with the help of our delegation, both in the Senate as well as in the House, a tremendous amount of help and assistance to get the funding, federal funding we needed as a county to deal with some incredible mitigation efforts for the various watersheds, as you've already listed. So first and foremost, I really want to call that out. I think it was a tremendous effort And it really was across the whole county. I mean, we hear our county manager talk about a one county response, and certainly that has been the case here. And a special kudos, of course, to our flood control district director and our flood control district team. It's been incredible to see this. And I'm not there now, but I can hardly wait to get back and get a tour here of what's been done. When I was there, it was pretty intense and moving forward. So I'm anxious to see the additional work that's been done. And then number two, Sean, I know you're kind of new to the county, and but I want to tell you that I've really enjoyed the great communication that we're receiving from you. I think it's been very important. I usually turn it around and try to get it out on social media and my own newsletter, because it is so important and been so crucial and critical to so many people in our community. So, you know, I really want to commend you on that and your efforts on that. Job well done, and look forward to continuing to receive those types of updates. And then lastly, in terms of the budget, you know, I got to just say, and I'll take responsibility. I get lost, and I'm just going to be honest with you. And, you know, I know at the very beginning when we were looking at the various flood mitigation projects, and we were looking at them based on the project themselves with an estimated cost of the project. And at the time, we were also looking at where that money, especially with the feds, whether it be, watershed, NRCS funds, or whatever, where that was coming from, how much needed to come from the general funds, how much we were going to expend from the general fund, and we'd be reimbursed from these federal monies. And, you know, in the process, there's just a lot of moving parts, which I know it's because there's a lot of moving parts. And I think one thing that would be helpful, and I know I've discussed this, is to have a flood control district board meeting where we can spend a few hours and not have it sandwiched in between a number of other items as part of our board meeting, because this is a lot of funds. You know, basically, we have about a third, and if I'm wrong, but it's approximately a third of our total budget for the county is being expended through the flood control district. And because of that, and because of the tremendous effort that has been undertaken, as well as the funds coming in from so many different sources, I think it would be helpful that in the not too distant future, we go back to what we were presented with well before the budget, when we were looking at the mitigation projects broken down in the various projects in the different watersheds, and see where we are. Is that an estimate that's still there? Where is the money coming from? What's been expended from the general fund? When are we getting these reimbursements? And I know it's going to be over a number of fiscal years, which of course makes it even more confusing. So, you know, again, and I may be the only one, and if I'm the only one, I'll just sit down and spend 3 or 4 hours with the flood control district. But I think it might be helpful for all of us, you know, to kind of go through this again. And again, I want to thank you for the budget overview, and Sean, your information. You know, we need to get a handle on it. You know, I know that there may be overruns. There may be some things that cost less. There may be overruns. I know we got some DFFM money in 2023. Even if we may not get any more ever again, which I hope will not be the case. And I know the governor came out, and I know she talked to my colleagues, and I'm sure my colleagues explained the reason we need that DFFM money in the state budget. But we did receive money for 2023. What, quite frankly, we wanted, we needed, but we weren't expecting. You know, how does that play into all of this? So I think that would be helpful, at least to me. And then the other is we need to also take a look at the total flood control district budget, because as we know, the flood control district did have priorities before we had 2 major wildfires and over 50 separate flooding events. that were outside of the areas that we have been putting literally $100 million in. So, excuse me, it would be good to see where, again, look at what used to be the priorities. Where is this now? What are we going to do moving forward with regards to those additional projects? With the understanding that first and foremost, we need to finish the emergency projects that resulted as a result of these fires and these floods. So I get it. And then not to be lost in the shuffle. Jay, you haven't been lost. I still want to hear from you. We've got to do something to quit the vicious cycle of, spring fires, or I should say, early spring fires. And then we get the post wildfire flooding, and we go into this vicious cycle over and over again. We do, and we have worked in with our partners for a pretty, I think, robust forest restoration program, especially with regards to the Upper Rio. Last year, we, the board, increased the flood control district tax. And the reason we did that was to get the money necessary to set aside for these forest restoration projects, and working in partnership with the city and the Forest Service. So I don't want to lose those either. And I think that is something we should also talk about when we have more time, as part of a flood control district a board meeting. So just my thoughts. And again, the work you all have done, and Lucinda, I think you've just been working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for so long. But really everybody, and I, kudos, thank you. Our community has so benefited, has been made stronger and safer as a result of all of your efforts. So I don't want that to be lost, but I feel that for myself as a board member, I also need to get a better handle on it. So, and again, thank you. And thank you for all your efforts and for spending some time to try to make sure I'm understanding what's going on moving forward. So thank you. So other members of the board, comments that you might, or questions you might have on this?
And I'll just say, we're happy to sit down. We will update the projects, that in fact, that detail is in the 10-year plan and the annual budget. We'll go through and update those numbers, and we can sit down with each board member and go through that. And if there's still additional discussion that needs to happen in a meeting, we can do that as well.
And Lucinda, I really think it would be good as a public meeting. I'm all for sitting down individually, but I also think
we can do both.
Yeah,
It'll be a full board. It'll be a full board of directors meeting.
Yeah, we can do both.
Thank you very much. Thanks, County Manager. Other questions, comments from members of the board? And you might want to take this down for right now so we can see the other board members, if you don't mind.
Sure, I'll go, Madam Chair.
Yeah, yes, Vice Chair, please.
First off, thank you for the presentation. Flood Control District, great job. I had the pleasure of going up with Sean Golightly and Tiffany Construction to go see the alluvial fan work up on Wapaki. It was very impressive. The speed at which those projects are done is amazing. We're really lucky, and it's the experience from previous flood mitigation efforts shows. And so kudos to everybody that's making that happen, from the county staff to the contractors that are out there working 7 days a week. Mitigation becomes necessary because of monsoons, unless of course we have a monsoons. But I really appreciate I really appreciate all the work and the community meetings. And so I guess my question is, what is the progress on the unmitigated watersheds? Because we have areas that we had projects ready to go and we were able to shovel ready and we hit them, and that's great. What about those watersheds or corridors that didn't have previous flood mitigation efforts? What's our progress there, and what's the plan moving forward? Thank you.
The progress there, as Sean Golightly shared, we have held the kickoff meetings for the corridors, for the engineering for Peaceful Way in Copeland. And we are now scheduling a meeting. In fact, it's going to be scheduled second week of July for a meeting with the government tank corridor to begin to walk through that process with that corridor. We've been really working hard with individual property owners, both in Copeland and Peaceful Way, to secure the rights of entry. As you know, that's critical to being able to move forward with the engineering, the environmental clearances that we need to be able to utilize NRCS funding. And in the Copeland corridor, we're down to two remaining right of entries that we need to secure on the northern alignment, and there are meetings scheduled this week and next week with those property owners to have those conversations again with them to see if we can address whatever concerns they have. A right of entry solely is for the opportunity to be able to go in, do survey work, do the environmental clearances. It doesn't grant an easement, but without that right of entry, we cannot initiate engineering. So Peaceful Way, we're a little bit further behind. We need 5 right of entries there. And again, we're working individually with those property owners to hopefully secure those. We've set deadlines to be able to keep people focused and move those processes forward. So, and likewise, we will be having that same conversation with government tank here in the next couple of weeks and initiating that engineering. We've also been looking at the individual properties throughout the area. If we've identified some additional areas that are either going to need some longer term individual mitigation and or need some additional short-term mitigation. Now we've been working with them as well on that. So, but again, you know, overall, I think, yeah, there is frustration out there that we aren't able to mitigate all the corridors at once. But again, we have to remember we're 3 years ahead of Schultz. So we've been able to move very, very quickly. And my goal, our goal, the team goal, we have a fabulous team. Our goal is to effectuate mitigation in those corridors by the next monsoon season, monsoon 2024. And but we have to have the cooperation of the property owners. We can't get rights of entry. If we cannot secure drainage easements, then we cannot move forward. That's just part of the legal process. We need the community to partner with us, and hopefully they will. I think we will get there, and I'm hopeful that we will, and we'll march forward.
Thank you for that update. And I just wanted to say that I really encourage the community, if you live in those areas and you're one of these families, please think of the good, common good for everybody else. Those 2 corridors had no engineering, have nothing, and it's in these corridors to be able to do the alluvial fan work. And so really, really ask you to think of the common good and allow us to at least do the engineering to figure out how to do it, because until then, we're just going to be putting Band-Aids in those corridors. And so, you know, thank you for your work, Lucinda, and any way I can help with the community, please.
Thank you very much. And you're right. Really, it's going to take the community to put a mitigation system in that serves the entire community. Thank you for reiterating that.
Other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Bryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And, you know, just first and foremost, it's understandable. There are a lot of moving parts. You guys are working on quite a bit out there. From and getting the updates, we can see where you're showing us the progress percentage-wise, what's happening, giving us the pictorial, little bit of delay here or there. A piece that we lose, though, is when if there is a modification, just the cause and effect. Where were we before? Okay, a change occurred. if it occurred, why, and what did we do with it? And so, and you're explaining it. And I really appreciate all the work that's gone into it. But that's a piece of it. The other piece of it is, and it's just us, a function of us as a board. We get a lot of information, and by the time we come back and look at the information, we're trying to count on what we saw before, so that we can see what happened and where we are now. And so, if there's any way that you can help out in that way, Lucinda, it would be really helpful. We were there, but we've been gone. We put our heads into all kinds of topics. We're coming back, and it's like, and we're seeing your presentation, which is really good, but you have certain pieces that, like, okay, we had an overrun there. Well, there's a cause and effect, and you're explaining it, but it's hard for us to go back and attach it to what we had seen before. And so, you guys are performing, phenomenal things out in the field, coordinating, just the clearances, the engineering. It's a lot of work for what you're all doing for that. So, but it'll always come back to, eventually we're going to be looking at this bottom line and what's the cause and effect, and helping us understand that would be helpful. It's not to take away from everything that's been done. And a lot of times you're doing so much over there that, how do we get back to where were we? What are we doing for the sake of the board? So it's just a little different piece on that. I am interested on financials, and it's good that you're saying that we're consistent with what we have laid out with the 10-year plan with that, but we're not seeing it. And so just showing us that would be very helpful. That I think that's enough. Most important thing is your big rush is to get here and get this stuff done before these monsoons come in, and Yeoman's tasks have been done, and you've got a broad team that's working behind you that's accomplishing it, and I just I certainly want to express appreciation for the sake of all of us for what you're doing in that way. And that's what I have right now. I'm also trying to get caught up. So, it's me in the moment. It's not just, but these pieces would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other comments, questions, members of the board?
I'd like to make a comment, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
First of all, I just want to thank everyone, Lucinda, you and your staff, and Steve and your staff, and everyone that has done the planning and trying to do estimates and having community meetings, update meetings, and then also looking for dollars, to ensure that the people that live around there are safe, as far as flooding and stuff like that, and even protecting their interests around their homes and stuff like that. So I just want to say that and Steve for allowing the next meeting or so to give us an update on the expenditures and where the dollars are coming from and things like that. That would be good information. And you also look at where the shortfalls are, and also more money that you might need or whatever. So all of that is good, so that we at the board can try to help in certain various areas, to make it more to have it, to have the construction completed to 100%. So I just want to say thank you, and to everyone that's really involved in this. And I also thank my other board members, for really supporting the initiatives that come about, and as far as watersheds, and then all the stuff that we're doing here for the area there. So thank you so much, and I greatly appreciate all the work you do, and and I fully support the efforts that you do too. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. So, We just recently did another tour with the Department of Transportation Assistant Secretary Orlando Teller. And it was really good to see the progress on the ground. Yes, it is just amazing, just the work that has been done. And then just driving in, from what I saw then to just driving in, just seeing where the project is now. It's just moving really fast, and it's just really it's just amazing, the progress on the just side of the summit right there, in the communities, to be able to, those residents to be able to they have to have a lot of patience for all of these projects and heavy equipment being around their home. Of course, we're saving their properties, and the county revenue that comes out of those homes and the residents that live there. And there's just projects that are work in progress to save those homes. And I can understand that. And it is all, I mean, there's all these corridors, the watersheds, the 9 watersheds. To be able to understand that and to be able to really keep track of the fast moving projects is a little challenging at times, just as our chair had just mentioned. And also the dollars that are being, just huge amounts of dollars that are being just spent out there. And then the contractors, I will be representing the district that is part of District 5 now. And I like to go back and look at all the contractors that are working. I know that you all have really established contract work with the same contractors, and they really know the project. I think it's really important that it takes place, and it is happening. And then also just understand more about the projects around the residents, and where it is that you need residents to approve the agreements with the county. I just need to understand that more. And then on a broader note, the flood district is the flood district for Coconino County. It's not just in this area. Well, I've said that before, and the chair has mentioned that before. We need to go back and really do look at where we were and where we want to go from here. That's another part that we have to really look at. These are huge dollars that are moving through the county. The district has its own attorney because of just the amount of work that is happening. Just want to understand where there's so much movement pieces that I like to understand more as well. So, and I really appreciate everything that you all are doing, and everybody else, all the partners that are involved. It's just that sometimes it is just thinking that you really do understand, and then you start questioning. All these different questions come up into the mind. So that would be my comment. But thank you for the report. I really appreciate the maps. I think maps are very, very important to understand where it is. But then again, when you're on the ground, we were driving, and I was trying to figure out, okay, this is, where are we here, and I'm trying to look at I'm trying to visualize the map, and it's just really a little confusing. And you all are out there every day, or you are working with this, and you can visualize it just in your head. But when you're not there every day, you just don't have that. So, but I do appreciate you all explaining and taking the time to explain even more and trying to answer all the questions. So that would be my comments. Thank you so much, though, with all the work that you all are doing. And I know we're up against time. And then I would like to hear from Jay for the Forest Service side as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments? Jay, you want to give us your update real quick?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Because forest restoration, that's where it's at, and that's where it's going to have to be at going forward. So thanks.
That was the message we gave to the governor last week, was if we're going to stop this, this is how we stop it. So just some real quick on the Upper Rio de Flag watershed, which is our priority now. The Wing East timber sale was sold to R4 a couple weeks ago. Unfortunately, the way the Forest Service appraises timber, it looks at past timber sales, of which last year some people got into some bidding wars, so they increased and it built in a false sense of value into the timber again. And so they bid with a value to that timber that really isn't there, especially now that markets are going back down across the country. So R4 may actually rescind their bid, and it may go through a little bit of process to slow, and it's going to slow it up a little bit, which is unfortunate because Wing East, that fire on 222 on Sunday, could have ran right into this timber sale, which once thinned would have been a great buffer. So we're going to keep pushing to get this taken care of, and maybe figure out a way to change some of the way they appraise their timber. The watershed collaborative that we're building there for the Upper Rio, we met again. We kind of reached out to some new groups, knowing that as we move forward with identifying projects and prescriptions in those projects, that we need to have a broader group there listening and inputting to that. So we invited the Friends of the Rio, Center for Biological Diversity, Sierra Club, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We're growing that group to try to make sure that we're not going to have any hiccups along the way and things go smooth. We're also continuing to work on that map so that it'll be easier for everybody to understand where those projects need to be and where we're going to be locating those at. Flagstaff GIS is doing that work, and I'm helping with that as well. Congressional funding decision, unfortunately, we found out that none of the work on the Forest Service was eligible. So just so you guys know where those dollars are going, the 2.56 million that Senator Kelly kind of set aside, just under $1 million of that is going to the work that's done on Observatory Mesa for Lowell Observatory. It's the last section in that area that hasn't been treated. So it's within the watershed, the Rio watershed, which is good. And definitely a fire there could reach into and burn right up into the peaks. So under the right conditions. So, it's a good thing. 576 acres are going to be treated for just under $1 million. The rest of that funding, Lucinda may have mentioned, is going to go towards some of the grant match that we're looking for, some of the DOT work on Highway 89 North. So next slide, Sean. I also wanted to let you know that Northern Arizona Industries were granted $1.46 million through the Wood Innovations Grant last year. So that's good. It's all industry oriented to increase the capacity of the industries here. 4 of the 5, so about $1.1 million is going directly into Coconino County Industries. So that's good. I did go up to the North Kaibab Ranger District a couple weeks ago for our two-day burnt corral field trip, which is some of that area up on the North Kaibab that there's a lot of concerns that too many old growth trees are being cut. I think there was a good meeting, good discussions up there that those areas need to be treated to reduce that wildfire risk. And that the industry was there represented and saying, we don't want to cut the big trees either, but we do need to cut enough trees to make it worthwhile. So I think there was good information there, and we can talk more about that individually if you would like to know, especially Supervisor Fowler. We took a tour of R4 to look at the mill. That's what the picture is here. This is one of their machines that they've just installed. They're about probably 50% through of installing all their machinery, but they're about probably 75% for getting this one machine, one of the sawmills. They're going to have 2 sawmills running side by side. And one sawmill will be ready before the other, and they're getting really close. They have about 300 loads of logs on the mill yard. So, they're ready to rock and roll once they can get things just dialed in. So we're looking forward to seeing that happen. There is a new investor that came in and kind of took over the investment of that company. So, we're at another kind of new investor coming into the into the picture, but I think things are moving smoothly through that. The Forest Biomass Coalition, just real quick, a couple things with biomass. One, this group that's local here, they want to go back and re-engage the ACC. We've got 2 new members on the ACC this year, Arizona Corporation Commission. So maybe re-talk to them about forest biomass energy and where the ACC is at on that, and have those discussions. But also the governor, her staff has trying to stand up a biomass group also across the state to look into this issue with biomass bottleneck. And so Tom Torres, the new state forester, is going to lead that. He's asked me if I would participate in that group so that they can kind of find out what are the industries that are interested in looking for this. So I think that's going to be another good push to try to solve that problem that just continues to slow up the pace and scale of forest restoration. So things are moving. They're really trying to get areas treated. I think we treated about 250 acres in Coconino County last month. So, things are starting to move back around. Unfortunately, the markets tended to go down again, just those cyclical things. So we hope those go back up. And then I'll be part of that NACO tour Thursday, showing them and talking to them about, again, why we have to do forest restoration. We cannot continue this cycle. It's not a cycle that the flood control district can stay soluble with. So we have to stop the bleeding it at some point, and this is the best way. So we'll continue to preach that sermon and get that out to the people.
All right, thanks, Jay. Yes, and not only can we financially, we can't emotionally, spiritually, or physically continue to have this vicious cycle. So obviously our forest restoration and moving forward with that is so important. And thank you for taking a leadership on the biomass and forest industries. I think that's one way to make this financially solvent and doable for us to do the kind of acreage we need to get done for forest restoration. So thank you for your advocacy on that. And also
shout out to Chris Pastors, really helped those industries write those grants. So, he played a really good role in knowing how to help them write the grants. So very successful.
Thank you. And thanks to Chris as well. So appreciate it. Other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Jay, I'm really happy that you're staying involved in the burnt in the North Kaibab. It's really important that you're there and you're finally there. I'm really happy that you're part of the conversations there. Let's not run with the crowd and just treat that area the same as this area. The timber is different than this area. The terrain is a little bit different. So let's make sure that we have a clear mind as to where we are in the North Kaibab area. So I work closely with the forest rangers and the staff there, and just really happy that you're part of that. And again, I want to mention, I like to have maps when you do presentations. Where are you doing thinning? Where are you talking about? Because this area that we're talking about is pretty large. I mean, the county is large, so it could be, I think that's really important, is to point out and say, this is where we're doing thinning and this is the next project. And that way we can understand where you're talking about. But I'm really happy that you're giving a report. I think you should give a regular report. This is a really important area of the flood district, and I really appreciate you providing and delivering this report, and happy that you're going to join the governor's team. I think it's really important that you're there, and I know you're very active in all different areas, but we don't know where, just because you don't really give a report. You're just really busy out there. So I really appreciate your work and all the important partnerships that you have developed as well, and what you've brought to the county. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Other comments, questions, members of the board? All right, boy, see none. I can't believe it. Speechless. How can that be? So, and members of the board, going back to the item we are on, it's the update and discussion. And so there's no action needed. Is that correct, Lucinda, on this item?
That is correct. We now do have a set of action items, and I'm going to switch over to my phone since we have a bit of a thunderstorm cell coming through.
Very good. That's just fine. Can we take a 5-minute? Is that good for everyone while she switches over? Is that good? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, everybody's happy. Let's take a 5-minute while she's switching over. Thanks, Lucinda.
Thank you.
Lucinda, can you hear me? Oh, we can't hear your audio. It sounds like, Lucinda. You may need to get out and rejoin, Lucinda. We still can't hear you.
So Lindsay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Lucinda, and I can see you.
Okay, let's see. Can you speak again, Lindsay?
Yes, Lucinda, I can hear you.
It's not wanting to. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, Lindsay, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can. Thank you.
Okay, your camera just went blank. It shows your camera on, but the screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna probably go off camera. So
Okay.
we'll see if it gets bad, if it's really dumping.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll try this.
Let us know when you're ready, Lucinda.
Yes, it should be ready for now. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. I can see you too.
Okay, great.
All
I
right.
may switch the video off here if it gets a little exciting with the storm coming through.
So it's raining there this afternoon again, huh?
Yes, yeah, I'm in West Yellowstone, and it's just been a series, not bad, but a series. But I just checked the weather, and there's pretty good cell coming through. So timing's everything.
There's a reason that it looks like Ireland right now. It's
That's right. Yeah, there's 3 to 4 feet of grass everywhere. It's incredibly lush, but yeah.
All right. Well, members of the board, are we all back? We've taken a little break, and we're getting close to the end before we break for our budget this evening. So I see Vice Chair is back. Yeah, and if you wouldn't mind, members of the board, oh, there we go. Supervisor Fowler is with us. And if you wouldn't mind just kind of turning on your camera so we make sure we're all back. Oh, there he is, Supervisor Ryan. And I think it's Judy Begay is Judy there? I do not, oh, there, I see her name. And Judy, are you back with us? There she is. Thank you, Judy. All right, we're all back. So let's proceed. And I'm going to turn this over again. We are still, as you know, Flood Control District Board. And I'm going to turn this over to our Flood Control District Administrator, Lucinda Andriani.
Okay, well, our next item up is involves an item that was on the board agenda about 2 weeks ago. I apologize that I was not in attendance, and nor was Siri. And I think, frankly, it was presented in a bit of a convoluted approach. This is a request for a budget adjustment, as we noted during the update presentation. We were very fortunate in having secured about $5.3 million in reimbursement from the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, working in concert with emergency management to secure reimbursement largely for debris removal, both on and off forest. And once that work had taken place last summer, we did not anticipate that going into this process. And we had, as you well are aware, we had initially borrowed last July $5 million to assist with the costs of the response and short-term mitigation costs, and then went back for additional loan in the fall to assist not only with the response costs, but also with the costs of some projects that we wanted to complete last fall and into early spring. So we were fortunate, though, however, to be able to secure this funding reimbursement from DFFM. And although the loan had paid for those costs, substantially had actually already paid for most of those costs. So the funds that came in from DFFM, because they were costs expended by the Flood Control District, those funds were placed into the Flood Control District budget, so to speak, into the fund, into the mitigation fund. And now we want to access those funds to be able to cover some costs, cover the cost of the storm drain system that did come in somewhat higher than had been anticipated from the conceptual plan that had been done in terms of the estimated costs that the cost proposal that was provided by the contractor. Of course, that initial cost had been based on a conceptual plan. And but that was necessary because we really needed, our goal had been to try to get upwards of a good 1,100 CFS managed coming through the Wupaki Trails area. Our original goal, we had hoped to get up to 1,800 CFS. And now, frankly, we're closer to 1,100, 1,200. Just physically what is possible within the constraints that we had with the easements, constraints that we have within the developed area, the constraints that are there. But the storm drain was an opportunity. So we're constructing the channel with the NRCS funding, and the storm drains being constructed with Flood Control District funding. Again, coming through the DFFM reimbursement, because again, that had been paid for in effect by the loan. So we are asking for a budget adjustment to utilize those funds. The funds are there. We're asking for permission in effect to use those funds for this long-term mitigation to effectuate what we believe will be a pretty effective plan, within the Wupaki Trails area. I think it's a major improvement to that area. It will have a substantial impact. It won't alleviate the impacts from every flood event, but with certainly the best we can do with the resources and legal abilities that we have at this time. So that is the proposal, is to utilize those funds that are there. We will have additional funds remaining in that fund that will remain there that can be utilized for either future long-term mitigation, response costs, other costs that we may need to utilize, or obviously will need to utilize. We'll have ineligible costs, we know, of course, other costs. So it's just really fortunate that we were able to secure that funding. And I want to thank Emergency Management for their support for that. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And we still do have, as Sean noted in the update presentation, we still have about 2.3 million remaining in the loan funds as well.
All right, members, I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues, members of the board, comments, questions.
There we go. Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, and it's helpful to just have that explanation. Could, just for the sake of the record, could we just reiterate what we're doing?
I'll go ahead and read it. It's consideration impossible if it was, and I apologize, Supervisor Ryan. I realized afterwards, I thought maybe Lucinda would, but let me read it. This is an action item, considered number 69, consideration of possible action to approve a budget amendment increase to the flood control district in the amount of, I believe it's in the amount of $3,150,000 from response reimbursement funds provided by the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management, DFFM funds. And I believe that when it came from last time when we tabled it, I think the amount was less than that. Is that correct, County Manager?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I think it was like 2.5, I think, last time. Now it's 3.15. Does that help, Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, actually, though, while you're, that is in the agenda piece. The piece in the packet still has that 2.5 in there. So okay.
I think that was I think it was last time when we tabled it, and it looks like it's been changed on the agenda, a recent change on the agenda for 3.15.
Yeah, that's correct. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's helpful for the clarification on that. Okay.
And I'm gonna, as I said before, when we tabled it, it just is again, not able to get a full picture on the budget. I mean, what I look at is that, let me finish though. What I look at is that we received more funds from DFFM than we were expecting, and that it would include some of the money that we thought we were going to have to pay out of our general fund for the reimbursement, or I'm sorry, for the matching funds. We were not expecting to be, we thought we were gonna have to come out of our general funds. We got the DFFM monies for our matching funds. So we should have been on the plus side, but it doesn't seem like we are on the plus side. And now the number has changed. It's just, you can understand, Lucinda, we all understand what needs to be done. We all understand how important it is. We all understand funds are coming from so many different sources. And we all understand that includes our general fund, and we, the board, went ahead as the flood control district board And we actually took a loan out from our general fund to the flood control district board of $15.5 million. So, you know, I just think that it's more, you know, things are kind of moving around, and it's like, how much are these projects really costing? And, you know, that I think, and it's hard because I understand we're getting monies coming in from different sources over different fiscal years.
So let me further explain. So we tried to simplify this. The dollar amount did go up slightly because we've had some additional costs since we went 2 weeks ago.
So that'd be
2.9 for the storm drain.
800,000, it went up 800,000?
No, before the money was going to come from two different sources, both exhausting the loan and the DFFM fund. So the dollar amount now, instead of having it be confusing, being shared between two funds, so to speak, we're solely taking it from the DFFM fund and not touching the loan at all. The loan remains at the same balance it was, which was the 2.3 million. That was the difference in the 800,000. Is 2.3 was going to come from the loan and the remainder was going to come from DFFM. To simplify it, we're just taking it all from DFFM rather than having it come from two separate funds. So it's the same, you know, there's a little bit additional amount. I think the difference between 2.9 and 3.1. And that addition is some additional work that's come in and some flood prep work, frankly, that we're doing, getting the channels prepared and those types of things outside of the initial mitigation that we're doing, the long-term mitigation. There's some other work that we're performing. So to give us enough capacity to be able to issue those purchase orders and conduct that work. So before, you know, we tried to split it over two funds. We're trying to just do it now from one fund to keep it much simpler.
Yeah, County Manager, I'm sorry, yes.
Well, just another comment is, had we not received the reimbursement from DFFM in the amount that we did, we would, in order to accomplish what's being needed for the project, that would have basically consumed the capacity of the loan. And then we would also have come to the board for additional funding to complete the project. And so the DFFM reimbursement, as Lucinda noted, was not expected. And so it's not a windfall per se, but it's a new source of funds that provides us the opportunity to substitute, if you will, some of the general fund dollars that would have been otherwise needed for the completion of this project with the reimbursement.
Thank you, Steve.
Other comments, questions, members of the board?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to, you know, because we were modifying the number from past, so, you know, when we hadn't read it in, get it in the record. So that worked really well. And thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions, members of the board? If not, I entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, just want to comment.
Supervisor Fowler.
It's difficult when we're talking about dollars and they're just moving right in front of us. It's a little difficult to understand, and so I think just the more explanation that is provided with the reports, I think it's better for us, so that we're trying to catch up. And I know you're trying to really simplify everything, and you're trying to make it very elementary for us sometimes. But at the same time, though, we have a vast amount of budget that we're looking at, and vast amount of projects. And so now we have to, like, okay, which column are we talking about? So I think it's just better if we were to just get the full report and what the correct numbers when it comes to the board. So thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Fowler. Other comments, questions? All right, I'd entertain a motion on item number 69.
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I heard two.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous, and it has passed, but I'm going to ask again that we get a breakdown on this budget by project so we can see what's going on by project. You know, and I think I think you've heard that there is some confusion. We understand how fast you all are going to get the job done, and we really appreciate that. But we need a little bit more explanation on the budget on this. So really would appreciate your help moving forward on that. All right.
Absolutely.
All right, members of the board, we're moving forward to the next one. This is number 70. And consideration of possible action for approval to provide the flood control district the authority to apply for the Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost-Saving Transportation ProTech Grant in partnership with Flagstaff Metro Plan in the amount of $18,529,210 to engineer downstream communities in the Schultz to engineer and construct flood mitigation impacting Highway 89 and upstream and downstream communities in the Schultz pipeline flood area. The flooding amount includes a district match of $3,705,842 if awarded. To fund this match, the district also needs authority to apply for a state Arizona SMART grant totaling $3,705,842. Is that, and I don't know if I'll ask, I'm going to read it first, and then I'm going to turn it over to Lucinda. And in explaining this, would you also talk about that SMART grant, if that's going to require any kind of match? So thanks.
All right, thank you. So I think as everyone's aware from last summer, we experienced 8 closures to Highway 89 that's influencing the entire northern Arizona economy, reducing the ability for people to get to work, get to medical care, et cetera, and tremendous impacts to the tourism and local residents and our economy. As a result of that, we've been working pretty diligently with ADOT over the, since that time. And most recently, we had a meeting with Director Toth of the Arizona Department of Transportation. At that meeting, she committed to work with us, to partner with us on pursuing a ProTech grant. It's a federal transportation grant for resiliency-based projects. And there couldn't be a more appropriate resiliency-based project than what we're bringing forward, given the impact of the wildfire and impacts to this area, with an increase of anywhere from 10 to 26%, or 10 to 26 times increase in the floodwater in this area. So we were very fortunate. Metro Plan has agreed to work with us to draft up the application for the ProTech grant. In addition, they proposed that for the match to the grant, that we apply to Arizona Department of Transportation. They have a grant called the Arizona SMART grant, and we apply for that grant for the grant match, as was noted in the chair's reading of the action. So what we're pursuing today is the authority to both apply for the Arizona SMART grant for the match, as well as to apply for the Protect grant for the actual project funding. It's a 20% match. And the two projects that have been identified are the crossing at Government Tank, which is just south of Campbell Avenue. As you know, that area was hit very hard, 26 times increase in floodwater. The road was closed there on several occasions as a result of the flows. And then in addition, it appears based on the most recent flood modeling that there will continue to be flows that will go across the highway at the Copeland Detention Facility. So this also includes the expansion of that detention facility. Now, the twist to this, couple twists to this. One twist is that detention facility expansion is also being considered under the emergency relief funding coming from the Department of Transportation. It's been a bit of a challenge because it's not an ADOT facility. That facility, that Copeland Detention Facility, is owned by the district. It was constructed by the district with Department of Transportation funding back in 2015. Department of Transportation Federal Highway has indicated to us repeatedly that they want to support expansion if it's deemed necessary, if the engineering deems that it's necessary. Engineering has not been completed both on the ADOT projects and on the district projects, but knowing that there's a very good likelihood, since the modeling shows there's an impact now, that there will be some level of expansion needed there. May not be the total amount that we've identified, may be much less, but we know we can expand it up to 50% given the physical layout of the detention facility there. We've accounted for that in the potential grant. But again, that may get absorbed into an ER, a separate ER emergency relief funding from DOT. This was something that when Assistant Secretary Orlando Teller was here, we discussed with him. He understood that. He's committed to supporting the project as well within the Department of Transportation. So the other twist to this is, as Jay mentioned, we are working with Senator Kelly's office on a potential for a congressionally directed spending that would also contribute to that grant match, couple $1 million to that grant match. So that's another twist in this. If we were only to secure part of the grant through AZ Smart, that's not the goal. The goal is to secure all of that grant. Frankly, we believe very strongly, as does MetroPlan, that ADOT does need to contribute to this project. This is an ADOT asset. But however, that crossing is important. Both the crossing and the mitigation at the detention facility is important to downstream neighborhoods. So it is important to the district. It's important to those downstream residential and commercial properties. We've got some major assets in that Government Tank area. We have a very sensitive fiber optic line. We have a major gas line. We have the road to the landfill. We have a number of major assets, the APS solar plant. We have a number of major assets in that area that could be impacted if the mitigation plan, including the road crossing there, is not able to move forward. We all expect, including ADOT, that as we see more storms, that they will see impact in that area, but that area did not qualify for ER funding. So within their scope of work. So this is a plan to try to secure external funding. If we are unable to secure that external funding, the grant match, as well as the plan, then we have to go back to square one. And it may be that ADOT has to ultimately decide what they're going to do with their asset. But we've agreed to work together to try to resolve these issues, maintain the ability for that highway to support our economy. So that's what the situation is. And again, we're asking for the ability to apply for the grant. This is not to accept any grant. This is to apply. If the grant is awarded, if the grants are awarded, we will come back to you. If they are not awarded, we will come back to you and provide an update and would not move forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Lucinda. Appreciate that. Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, and this is a good thing. We're trying to come up with a remedy because this was the piece that was removed from that RTAC proposal, and Geronimo could speak to this well.
Correct.
We know these two crossings need to be addressed, and so it's the next step. It's an attempt at a remedy for this. You know, I support the intent, and then continue to work together, and hopefully we can mitigate these so they don't shut down the highways as they did with this past year. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. Vice Chair, you want to say anything on this? I know you and I both sit on the Metro Plan Board, and I know this is in your area of the district as well as some others. So just, would you like to say something on this?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. This last legislative session with the budget was kind of a surprise because it seemed like we were in the budget going through till it got there, and then somehow it didn't make it through. And so there was some lessons learned about how we need to work moving forward with our state legislatures and getting sponsorship to get this support. We've been advocating. We've met with ADOT. We discussed it with the governor last week, and so we're Undersecretary Teller came and we talked to him about it. So we've been hitting it from all angles, and this first set of work is really exciting because we do need these drainage improvements. We've been able to get the 2/3 of the funding that we requested from the feds for the mitigation package that was presented to us last year, roughly about $100 million for the on-forest and the channels through the neighborhood. But the piece that we still haven't gotten, and these grants are the very first piece of it, is the transportation piece, the culverts and the drainage improvements needed, because we're going to have all this water come down through the neighborhoods into the detention basins. But if we don't have culverts and better drainage on Highway 89, we're going to have some more closures. And so we're continuing to work on it. We're getting closer. We're learning the lessons from last legislative season so that we can go through and make sure that we get the funding we need moving forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair, for that update as well. Other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And thank you, Lucinda. I'm really happy that there's a whole team that is now working. We have been pretty much trying to contact all those partners that need to be at the table. And I believe we have, and we did provide a tour with Secretary Teller on his visit here, and was able to see where the issues are on Highway 89 within the this particular area that we're talking about, as well as up on the summit. That's the other location that is going to be an ongoing challenge. So when the Highway 89 closes, yes, it shuts down northern Arizona, and people are trying to figure out how to get to work or get back home. And it creates a great challenge in that area. And we was able to understand that. And we just are this is just another part of a complex situation that we're in out there. We're talking about just the 9 corridors and then its impacts, and how we're trying to address all of those and trying to work through the neighborhoods, but at the same time, you got to be working on the highway. So I'm really happy that this particular report that is coming out really does include the Northern Arizona residents challenge that it creates. You know, having to have residents in northern Arizona, not just tribal lands, but in our rural communities, not just cutting off of the transportation and work into Flagstaff and having to go around 64 towards Grand Canyon, or Highway 264 through Hopi, or trying to go on our dirt roads that come into Flagstaff. So it creates all kinds of challenges. So I'm really, really happy that this is being addressed so that it can be resolved, and let's all stay on course and keep on beating on the drum to get this addressed. And we cannot forget, even though it's outside of the flood district and outside, we've got to make sure we're focused on the summit as well. So thank you so much. And we need to keep on working with ADOT, and we have another meeting coming up, and of course we'll bring it up with them again. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Judy Begay, Supervisor Begay.
Okay, I think this is something that we really need to promote, and also to approve for the application for promoting the Protect Grant, and also they're applying for the Arizona State Smart Grant that will, and if for some reason, you know, it does go through, and that, you know, we will be able to make sure that, you know, we're very supportive, and that with all the efforts that are being done by the flood control district. So I am in full support of that, and certainly, you know, all the other comments that were made by the other supervisors, you know, meeting with Orlando Teller, and then also with the governor last week. You know, we're always going to talk about floods, we'll always talk about fires, we're always going to talk about transportation, roads, and whatever it may be. So I just want to say thank you, Lucinda, for you and your staff, you know, and I just want to say it's greatly appreciated, you know, for going over and beyond, you know, to try to see how, you know, certain things can be addressed within the within our county. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And just a comment as well to add into what my colleagues have said. Yes, I think, you know, I'm very much in favor of going forward on this. Obviously, Highway 89 is one of our major traffic corridors, especially towards our tribal lands. And people need to use that in order to get in for doctor's appointment, for work. It's obviously something that jeopardize the health, safety, and welfare of a lot of our rural communities along 89 and a lot on the tribal land. So we do need to deal with this. I'm all for building partnerships, but boy, it just gets to me that this is a state highway, and the fact that we're having to take this leadership, which is fine. I'm all for partnerships. But this is something that, quite frankly, ADOT really should be taking the lead on and should be taken care of. So we need to do it. I'm all for getting it done. And let's do what we can to convince ADOT that this is their highway and they really need to take leadership responsibility for this. So thanks, Lucinda, and for you and your team. Excuse me, I'm getting this moving forward. So any other comments? Or with that, I would entertain a motion.
I second that, and I move that we approve this.
All right, then we have a motion by Lena Fowler, who seconded my comments. Thank you,
Yes.
Lena.
ADOT ought to take the lead.
That's
as well as the Forest Service too, so.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of approving the Flood Control District's authority to apply for a what is it called? Protect Grant, and also to apply for a Arizona State Smart Grant as more fully set forth in the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you so much. Members of the board, we are on item, or anything you'd like to say, Lucinda? Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add 2 points. One is that we did meet with ADOT after the meeting with Director Toss, and the belief is that an application by the county / district / metro plan would be better received than from ADOT. So it's really a strategic decision. They are going to support us with a strong letter, and they are going to be a partner in that sense. But in terms of the lead, I think there's the sense that the resiliency work that we're doing upstream on the forest is a really compelling story that we can make. And so it's really a strategic decision why the district's taking the lead. Then the second point relative to the issues at the summit, that was included, the emergency relief scope of work project. So I do expect that to be addressed. Hopefully ADOT can move through that process and get that addressed before monsoon 2024.
Very good. Well, compel away, Lucinda. So
thank you. We'll
done.
march away, and thank you very much. Appreciate your support for that.
Let's
And
get her
I think
done.
we have one last item that similar to the other districts.
Yes, if I can, item number 71 is consideration of possible action to approve Coconino County Flood Control District Resolution 2023-01, adopting the county's purchasing policy for the Coconino County Flood Control District operations. And members of the board, this is similar to the other items that we took a look at on this. And do I have Supervisor Fowler, do I have a motion to table this?
I move that we table till the next meeting and all the edits that are necessary for these items. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of tabling this signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, members of the board, we are about to take a break, but before we do, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
You have I love this. This is great. I think Vice Chair made the motion and Supervisor Fowler seconded the motion.
It was Supervisor Begay.
Supervisor Begay, boy, you guys are quick. I can't.
We sound the same today.
Yeah, you must be, but I'm also
Sisters.
trying to look at the pictures too. So thank you, Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you all. I understand we are going to take a break until 6 o'clock, and it's what, 4:30 there now, is that right?
Yes.
4:30 there now, so we'll take a break till 6 o'clock. And that is going to be our budget and final budget adoption. So there we go. Have a good dinner.
See you soon.
All right, take care.
Bye, everyone.
Lindsay, can you hear me?
Remote.
Hey, Andy, we can hear you.
Okay. How can I help?
I am just jumping on Nico's because the Zoom went down on mine. So I
Okay.
think the internet got disconnected. And then when it tried to get back in, it gave an error message. So I'm just jumping on Nico's, which is good because he's designated as the host to be able to stream. So
Okay.
I should have all the powers still.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was interesting that you just jumped right in instead of being promoted.
Oh, there's Steve. Okay.
There's Steve.
Yeah, for some reason it's saying it's saying there's 3 attendees, even though it's just 1 in the column.
Well, I was logged out. I did not log out, so
I'm here. You promoted me, okay.
Okay.
I must have gotten logged out. But
Yeah,
I just logged right.
I think that's what it did to Lindsay, because all of a sudden it just said connecting.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see and hear you all fine.
Apparently.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and I need to do redo the camera. Yeah, that camera fell.
So.
Cool.
Sorry, I'm just trying to wing this because mine went down.
Don't worry. We're here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back
to my office.
I'm gonna come back into your office, Steve.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Judy. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
you can mute yourself until the board meeting starts, Judy. Thank you.
Hi, David. I see you joined our meeting. We're just still got a few minutes. And I gave you permission to talk if you want to test your microphone. Oh, are you there?
Yeah, maybe you can help me with this. I have to unmute this, I think. I don't know if they can hear me.
We can hear you, David.
Oh, here they are.
Thank you, David.
Oh, hello. Yes.
We can hear you.
Good. I think we're 20 minutes early. Is that correct?
We are, yeah. Just want to make sure your microphone and everything works.
So, David, you can go ahead and mute yourself until the meeting starts.
So mute myself until when?
Until the meeting starts.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. I'm good. How you doing?
Hi, Lindsay. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, Siri.
Great, thanks. I got kicked out of the earlier meeting, so.
You did? See, I did too.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Lindsay did too.
Luckily, Nico didn't, so I'm on his.
Weird.
Yeah, okay.
Siri, are you there?
I am.
Okay, we're here to just check your volume. Can you
Okay.
hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Sounds good.
Supervisor Ryan? Trying to promote you, you've got to accept. Okay, oh,
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Matt. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Lindsay. Yeah, when you're asking me to accept, I wasn't getting the pop-up screen that would allow me to accept, so.
It was saying you were declining.
I'm trying to be good, Lindsay. I'm trying.
My computer, the internet went down, so I got bumped out of the Zoom. I'm on Nico's. Luckily, his is still going, and he was hosting as to be able to stream, so I'm able to carry the meeting, but it's a little weird.
It sounds like the old days, like from what, a year ago or whatever. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh,
We just have vice chair. It shows Supervisor Feller, Supervisor McGay, Chair Horseman, and you are in the meeting. So I'll keep my eye out for vice chair.
Lindsay, your volume is real low.
Oh,
I was just gonna say that.
Get a little closer to the mic or turn your volume.
Okay.
Because we hear bits and pieces. Please and thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay, please raise your voice. Don't raise your voice to me though, okay?
We're having some
Static. Happy birthday to you.
Did you
Hey,
get
it's a birthday.
get your second win from your trip? You seem a little more triple latte.
I snuck in about a half an hour nap. So I'm probably good for another 15 minutes, you know, so.
Is Matt home?
Oh my gosh. You know, I get off the plane in the airport. I'm walking in the terminal, and what's to the right of me but a picture of Horseshoe Bend. Like, Lena, how'd you get your pictures up here? What have you been doing here? You know?
Heart of all the county.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. Is that Echo Cliffs behind you? I'm trying to see. No.
It's like Vermilion. Right.
Is it Vermilion? Okay. I got a little blurry eye. Well, that works a little better.
Shit.
Oh, look, there's Andy. Hey, Andy.
How are you?
I'm just fine and dandy. Hey,
Hey.
want to come back and give you guys trouble. So here I am. Of course, we have all these people spread all over Montana. What's the deal with that? Are they eating caribou?
Did Gregory turn you on to all the good restaurants in Anchorage?
Actually, yeah. His recommendations were good. It's like, okay. Yeah, I sent him a picture of two of them. It's like, look, I'm here. And you're good. That was helpful. I took an e-bike all over Anchorage. Did a 31-mile loop. It was pretty neat. Are you guys talking? Because I can't hear you.
No, we can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We could freak you out and just do some lip thing.
We're just enjoying hearing you, Matt.
Yeah. Your voice is soothing to us, man. It's good to have you back.
Had to send me off to solstice to the far reaches of the planet.
Wonderful thing, yeah. Let's see the longest thing.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Is that any better?
Again, Lindsay. Say a few words, Lindsay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we're better, a little better, but yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to sit as close as I can to the microphone.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, I'll just make sure to talk loud.
In this case, you're allowed to slouch, get you closer to the mic. So Patrice, you were in Yellowstone last week? And you're
This week, but then tomorrow I'm catching a plane back to Flagstaff for 2 days, and then I'm flying back out.
Oh, wow.
Middle of the vacation. It's the NACO, it's that NACO fellowship.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I saw some buffalo, saw some bear, saw some elk, which we see all the time, and it's been gorgeous. It's been raining in the afternoon, but gorgeous. Everything is so green and so lush. Everything's flowing. There's rivers, creeks. I mean, it's lakes. It's just gorgeous.
Wow.
Very different than what we're used to back home.
And moose, you get your share of moose.
You know, I haven't seen any moose. Saw some in Alaska when we were out there, but
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I haven't seen any moose here. How about you?
Oh, they're all up in Alaska, I think. Yeah, quite a few moose. It was interesting. Lots of eagles.
Mm-hmm. You got your tour of Denali, right?
Yes, we sure did. Sure did. We saw a couple caribou when we were in Denali.
Uh-huh. We did that tour last year when we were there for the WIR conference.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Very, very nice.
We only saw a piece of Denali.
Because it's closed still, right?
Well, the road itself, yeah, it's
road, yeah.
about 43 miles in.
The same thing, Matt. Same thing for us.
But in terms of the mountain, what is it? I guess you're considered a 30%er. 30% of the time you might be able to see the mountain. So,
did you see the mountain?
A piece of it.
So we saw the mountain fully every single day, the whole time we were there. You could even see it from Anchorage off in the distance. It was just amazing weather.
Supervisor Begay. Just to let you know your camera is on.
What's that?
Your camera is on right now, so just to let you know.
Okay.
Well, good for you guys.
I think it's 7 o'clock, and I know this is going to be long. It's an important meeting today. So do we have all the board members? It looks like we do. We just saw Judy. We see Vice Chair, Matt's here. Lena, you're there with us, aren't you?
I'm here, Madam Chair.
All righty, we're all here. So the game's back. And County Manager, do we have everyone we need from the county side?
Yes, ma'am. All staff is here, ready to go.
All right, well then, I'm going to go on to our evening meeting. It is 6 o'clock. This is our special board meeting for the Board of Supervisors. And I'm losing my voice. First is call to order. I'm Patrice Horseman, and I am the chair and the supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good evening, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2 and current Vice Chair.
And District 3.
Good evening, everybody. Matt Ryan, District 3.
And District 4.
Good evening, everyone. Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor. Welcome.
And District 5.
I'm Lena with District 5 Supervisor. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And we did the Pledge of Allegiance earlier for our meeting. And so we're going to go right to call to the public. Call to the public. I understood we took it off this morning, but I put it on, or this afternoon. But it is on our agenda for this evening at 6 o'clock. And I do understand we may have some people for our call to the public. So I want to remind everyone that a call to the public is an opportunity for members of the public to address the governing board, ask questions, or make comments for items that are on the agenda. And of course, we ask that you keep your comments to approximately 3 minutes. Because they are not on the agenda, we are very limited on our response. We cannot discuss it at this time. We may be able to turn it over to administration and or put it up for a future board meeting. But it is an opportunity for you members of the public to contact us, let us know what you're thinking, and to also ask any questions you might have. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to our wonderful clerk of the board to explain how you members of the public can join us. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there is anyone that would like to provide a public comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Or if you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Horseman, I do have David Mueller. He provided a written public comment, but he is here tonight for public comment to provide a comment as well.
Very good. David, thank you for joining us this evening. And we did receive your written comments, but we look forward to your public oral comments. And again, we ask that you keep it to approximately 3 minutes. So thank you for joining us this evening, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you for listening to me and seeing you. I don't know if you can see me. Is that, can you?
No, we hear you just fine, David, but we do not see you.
Okay. Well, I think probably what I need to say is more important than see me, but if I can figure out the site, I'll figure it out. Thank you for reading my comments. I also provided 2 reports, one from the United States Department of Transportation and Federal Highway Administration that maybe you have had a chance to see, and also one from the Rockefeller Foundation, a grant that was provided to the Florida Department of Transportation. There was an article written about what I think is pertinent for this evening and what's going on in my community. As you may know from my comments, I'm a long-term Westwood Estates resident. There is going to be some resurfacing or some road work on our road. And I've been here long enough to witness a lot of traffic issues, speeding, close calls, and so forth. I thought this might be an opportune time to readdress the width of the road and looking at what we can do with that in terms of decreasing the speed and maybe putting in some type of lane for foot traffic or bicycle traffic or what have you. In a nutshell, the 2 reports basically say that if we reduce the width of roads, especially in the rural area, but this is true in urban and highways to some degree too, but I want to stick to where we are in Westwood, speed decreases. And the significance of safety stays the same as it was for 12-foot, which is currently in Kilty Lane. I'm referring to Kilty Lane that goes into our subdivision. I don't know if you guys have the United States Department of Transportation report in front of you. If you do,
Some people may, but some may not. But go ahead and
okay. If you do, it's kind of interesting. I'll just point a couple things, and I know I'm going to keep this at 3 minutes. But you can look at page 1 in terms of the rural type of roadway. Ranges for lane width go from 9 to 12 feet. And on page 2, referring to that table, again, this is from the United States Department of Transportation, shows that 11-foot lanes are acceptable and within policy for reconstruction projects in which an existing 22-foot dimension is operating in a satisfactory manner. For such cases, the designer should document this in the case, but retention of 11-foot width would not require a design exception. I had the opportunity to speak with a gentleman by the name of Nate and Mark on these projects a little bit. I was hoping they would be here tonight as well, but they kind of concurred, particularly Nate, who was very helpful, that, and he agreed that the narrower the lanes, the slower the traffic. But what I wanted to bring your attention to is on page 3, which is very, very interesting. It's figure 6. And in it, our subdivision, it has on the x-axis, the average daily traffic volume, vehicles per day. And on the y-axis, it's got the accident modification factor. And these factors apply to single vehicle runoff road, single vehicle same direction side swipe accidents, multiple vehicle opposite direction accidents, and so forth. In our subdivision, we have about 80 homes. Not all the residents are full-time residents here in Flagstaff. Some of them come from Phoenix, California, and abroad. So very rarely do we have 80 residents here. But for the sake of the illustration, let's take the 80 residents if they're all here and if they have vehicles. If we took 80 into 500, that's 6. That means that there would be 3 back and forth trips a day into Flagstaff, for example, on a daily average, and that would still be under 500. So that gives you a perspective of the volume in our neighborhood. So that's high. But what's interesting is that if you look at a 12-foot lane, the modification factors for accidents or anything on that level is at 1. If it goes to 11 feet, it's at 1.01. And if it goes to 10 feet, it's 1.02. So the significance of modification of an accident and these factors is very, very minor in regards to any type of crash risk involving, particularly our case in this subdivision, individuals who walk this neighborhood quite frequently, families too. And as you know, Flagstaff is getting—
You'll have to wrap up, sorry.
Oh, okay. So that's basically what it is. The next page on table 4 shows the flow speed and the lane width going to 10 feet decreases by almost 7 miles per hour. And this is not using any signage. It just automatically reduces. So this is from that. So this is the illustration I wanted to provide. I wanted some modifications to our work on in the front here so that we could have a safer neighborhood. And that's paramount as far as I'm concerned, being in the medical industry for years. I'll stop there for a moment. Thank you for hearing me out. And I hope we can come to some type of safe conclusion.
Thank you, David. And as I indicated to you, because it's not on the agenda, we're limited on our response. So that lack of response should not be a lack of interest. We did receive your written information and we appreciate that. And I would highly recommend that you also reach out, if you haven't already, to Christopher Tressler from Public Works. I know he is the director of Public Works and is really overseeing this project. So you may want to just reach out to him and talk with him, or Bob Short, either one. So thank you. And we appreciate you joining us this evening. And thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, members of the board, we are going to move on with our agenda. Well, I should just say, are there any other call to the public, members of the Community, any other comments or questions you might ask? Please join us.
Again, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised.
All right, then with that, I'm going to close the call to the public. We're going to proceed with our agenda items. As I indicated, this is our final budget adoption for fiscal year 24. And the following budget adoption items that we're going to review here this evening will, in fact, all items are public hearing items. So we are also going to open this up to members of the public to be able to address us or ask any questions as they see fit. I'm going to ask with each item, read it. The staff will make a presentation on it. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Otherwise, I will open this to the public hearing and ask for comments from the public. And thereafter, I will again bring it back to the board if you have any comments or questions on this, at which point I will close public hearing and we will proceed and undertake further discussion if necessary, and of course, a motion and a vote. So here we are on item number 72. This is our final budget adoption. Public truth in taxation hearing, consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2024 Coconino County primary tax rate of 0.5009 per $100 of assessed valuation and a total primary property tax levy of $10,879,202. Again, when we do vote on this, it's going to be done by a roll call vote. And before we open this up for public hearing, I'm going to turn this over to the Finance Director, Siri Mullaney, who's going to present on this item. So please, Siri.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. I am not Siri. I'm Andy Bertelson, our Deputy County Manager. And to lead off, we would like to make a few comments on behalf of the County Manager's
Please,
office.
I am very sorry. Go ahead. Not
Thank
Siri,
you, Chair.
but Andy.
And that will give some time. I believe Siri will be sharing her screen with the presentation, I think.
Actually, Lindsay, are you able to, or sorry?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
We'll carry on.
Thank
So
you.
Lindsay will be sharing the screen. So with this truth and taxation hearing and ultimately a recommendation for adoption of the final budget, we wanted to talk about the budget development annual process. And so as Lindsay pulls up the presentations, we always used to say that the budget process was a time roughly between the start of the new calendar year in January to today, to the beginning of the new fiscal year on July 1st. The budgeting process has really developed into an annual process that lasts all year long, which is ultimately a good thing because we start with departmental needs and forecasting and a needs assessment. And so next slide, Lindsay, if you don't mind.
Sorry, Lindsay, do you have two monitors by chance? It's showing the notes slide right now.
And there it is. So really that needs assessment is developed through the fiscal year as we embark on projects or have conversations with our community or with one another, develop needs from a county board of supervisors perspective, departmental needs, and as we operate the county, developing those needs. And then that begins with a series of county manager budget meetings in which we just really have a tabletop discussion with departments in the county manager's office to talk about those needs and how we ultimately develop a recommended budget. Then we have the Board of Supervisors budget meetings, which we held this year, and we had a series of several weeks engaged in conversations, and those departments all got an opportunity to present to the Board of Supervisors, which ultimately led to a tentative budget adoption, which was, and that budget ceiling was set on June 6th of this year. Tonight, we're having the Truth and Taxation hearing in which we are recommending the final budget to be adopted in preparation for the new fiscal year beginning on July 1st, which is coming up upon us in the next few days. In August, I believe, we will be making recommendations on the tax rates to be adopted, and then throughout the year, the budget monitoring and reporting. So next slide, Lindsay. So when we talk about the truth and taxation, we talk about our primary property tax rates. And so you had noted, Chair, in the lead off to this conversation, essentially it's 50 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. And as you can see with this chart, you'll see Coconino County in red, and that highlights a couple of things. Coconino County is us, we're highlighted in red. We are also the lowest property tax in the state of Arizona. We used to say we were one of the lowest, but as our levy is capped through this truth and taxation state law requirement, that has reduced our tax rate, and it is now the lowest in the state of Arizona. And you can see when we look at Pima, which is a larger county, nearly $4, Santa Cruz over, Cochise. So really those rates increased dramatically through the counties, with ours being the lowest. Next slide, please, Lindsay. So with this budget, some highlights. We, the county staff, are proposing a balanced budget. In that balanced budget, we account for recessionary revenue assumptions. So with that, in our 10-year financial planning model, which is really a core management tool that we in Coconino County utilize in those recessionary revenue assumptions, we're a bit more conservative, where there can be up years in an economic trend, particularly in Arizona. Over that 10-year period, we really like to include what we call revenue smoothing. So that way we can kind of withstand some of the valleys in an economic recessionary period over that 10-year period. And as we used to plan, and we still do, for every 10-year financial period, 2 of those years we can look at there being a potential for a recessionary period that we would experience. So with that, we do have a 2.5% compensation investment. This is a bit conservative compared to some of our partner agencies throughout northern Arizona. Coconino County made a significant investment in our compensation investment last fiscal year. And as we move forward in a conservative manner, we're proposing a 2.5% compensation investment for this coming fiscal year. Also included is an $80 million 3-year capital improvement plan. This allows us to deliver those larger capital needs that we have in our community, for example, in public works, where we've had some significant weather this year with both our snow and then our snow melt. And as we prepare for monsoon season, we have several capital investments that we need to make out into our communities. One of those was spoken to this evening in the overlay investment in our Westwood Estates neighborhood, for example. And we also have capital investments that we need to make for our core services like IT, facilities, et cetera, to allow us to best provide those services that we provide to our communities. Attached, you will see to this budget highlight series of slides, we do list the capital improvement plan if you have any questions. Also, the flood control district federal investments, you all know because of your efforts, we've been very fortunate to receive federal funds to work on our flood control projects, meeting some very significant community needs. Emergency response is something that we in Coconino County have developed quite an appetite for, or something that we've been able to manage, but we need to be able to make these investments to lower those emergency response costs, hopefully by making the proper capital investments. Also, for potential federal grant funding, we do have $107 million plugged into those potential federal grants. Again, we in Coconino County are very successful in working with our federal agencies in asking or requesting funds that are needed to provide those services to our community. So for example, we are receiving some congressionally directed funding for improvements to some of our infrastructure systems, et cetera. We need to make sure that we account for the ability to make those expenditures if those federal grants are awarded to us. Any questions on that in the highlights? So the next slide, Siri will take over. We see, and she is best to explain the numbers and our 10-year financial plan for revenues, expenditures, et cetera. So thank you.
All right,
Oh, Chair, it's muted.
It
Sorry.
goes. Thanks, Andy, and for the overview of where we have been and what we've been doing for this budget. So thanks for that. And Siri, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So this is a reminder slide for some of the budget development meetings that we had. This is unchanged from what you saw when we did have our series of meetings. So as we lead into all of the items really on tonight's agenda, we wanted to give you a full overview of the county budget before we kick off the truth in taxation for our primary property tax. That is an important component of our entire budget. But as we go through these series of slides, we'll be talking about the budget for the entire county and providing some more context before we go into that hearing. So our first slide is our 10-year general fund revenue outlook. As we noted in some of the highlights, we have our recessionary plan revenues highlighted in that blue section in the middle. We do a current year outlook, budget, and a forecast. And we go all the way out in 10 years. And some of our revenue highlights in our current plan, as a reminder, in that transfers in line, we have $6 million a year for 2 years related to the widen funding that we received. And then in FY25 through FY29, we are still planning a $3.1 million per year repayment from the flood control district for the loan that has helped with some of their efforts recently in the flood control district. As we go to the next slide, we're looking at our expenditures. And again, we see a similar picture where we have our current year budget and forecast, and then a recessionary plan for our expenditures as well. And some of the highlights that we have factored in here are all of the recommendations that were made and then subsequently reviewed and discussed by the board during our budget development process. These are all folded into this 10-year plan. So we can show, we do have a balanced outlook for our 10-year plan. We did include our, for fiscal year 23, our flood control district loan, and we just talked about the repayment plan for that. We do have our capital plan financing costs included in this outlook, as well as our our compensation fund rather, which is a creative initiative that we developed in fiscal year 23 to make compensation investments and then fund them over several years. So as we look at fiscal year 24, we discussed a 2.5% average investment in compensation, and that is continued to be funded through our compensation fund that we're then drawing from in subsequent years to help us fund those investments as we draw that down. And then our final slide is our fund balance. And again, it's just a reminder of that right now, we do have a significant fund balance in excess of our policy levels, and that really ties into some of the capital plan funding that we were discussing and investing those fund balances now in some projects that will benefit our county for a longer term life over the life of the assets. We have our revenue smoothing. We have carryovers from our fiscal year 23 budget, which is really approved projects that will continue on into fiscal year 24. Our debt service reserve for the capital plan, and then some other matches and things for congressionally directed spending and other one-time increments. And so as we look at the out year, really our variance, what we're looking for when we speak to our balanced budget is that variance out in fiscal year 32, where we have a balanced budget. Our policy level of ending fund balance is in alignment with our cash liquidity and revenue smoothing on hand. And so what we're presenting today is a balanced budget, not just for the general fund, but for all of our funds. And the next way that we look at that then is through our budget schedules. So what you see on this screen is really a description of our legally adopted budget. What you have in your packet is called what we call the state budget document, and it's in this format that is given to us by the Arizona Auditor General. That's a requirement in statute that we adopt our budget using these schedules specifically. So there's a summary schedule, a schedule for property tax information, revenues, other financing sources. Then there's expenditures where we present them in two different manners. And finally, a summary of our FTEs and personnel compensation. So again, these are required schedules. This really is our legal level of budget adoption, and this is what we're asking to take action on tonight. So what we've done is in our subsequent slides, we've provided a different way of looking at these schedules. We've taken the information, put it into pie charts and some visuals to help understand, because these schedules can be very dry, very difficult to interpret without any additional context. As we go to the next slide, this first slide here, this is our summary. So this is our budget summary. Again, this is that Schedule A that we're required to adopt. And you'll notice on the screen here that we have a few things circled, and then we have a red box around the bottom part. And we wanted to draw your attention to these three in particular, these three sections, because these will tie out as we put our pie charts together and we discuss the pie charts that are coming. You'll see references to this page. So where you'll see, for example, in kind of a shaded light blue, which I know is hard to differentiate from the other colors, but there's a line. It says line 1, line 2, line 3. We're going to refer to those lines in the subsequent slides so you can see how the numbers that we're presenting in the pie charts tie in total to this screen. So the first one that's circled is general fund at the bottom there. And you can see our total financial resources available and our budgeted expenditures and expenses are exactly the same number, meaning we're budgeting all of our resources that we have available through a balanced budget on this schedule. As we move off to the right, there's a total for all funds, and our total financial resources available across all of our funds are reflected in that 583 million number you see, plus the maintained for future debt retirement portion. Those are all of our financial resources that we're anticipating for our upcoming fiscal year. And then on the bottom there are budgeted expenses. That ties to the total budget. So as we look again at the action that's being requested later on, it is to adopt a budget of $546,374,685. And that's where you can see it on our legal budget schedules. The third place we wanted to draw attention to is the expenditure limitation comparison. We had a lot of discussions about the expenditure limitation throughout this budget development cycle. And one of the questions is, how does our budget align with our expenditure limit? And so this is the section where you can really see, we take that budgeted expenditures, that 546 million we just talked about, and then we run it through a calculation of our expenditure limitation formula. So when we take these numbers and run them through the formula, we have certain adjustments we make, and it brings us down to what we believe in the budget is the spending that's subject to the expenditure limitation. So that second to the bottom line, 77,298,000, those are the budgeted expenditures we believe will be subject to our spending limit, and our spending limit then is the final number of 78 million. So you can see with everything that we discussed and adopted in various strategies, we have adopted also, or we are presenting a budget for adoption that is also in line with our spending authority as determined by our expenditure limitation. So I know that was a lot of the numbers. Are there any questions before I move on to some of the visuals?
I'm going to ask members of the board, any questions? It looks like you can proceed, Siri.
Great, thank you. Okay, so then our first visual slide that we have is for all of our funds. So again, this is our entire budget. This is going to be our county general fund. This is going to be our special districts. It's going to be all of our other funds like our transportation funds and things. So this is all of our revenues and resources together. We've broken it into two portions. The pie chart to the left is really our operating revenue, our traditional revenue sources. Then we have a few bullets on the right where we have unawarded grants and some other things that I'll speak to separately, but those are more of the unusual items. When we really look at the resources available for spending, we're looking at the pie chart. And you can see for fiscal year 24, our largest overall anticipated funding source is federal grants and shared revenues at $115 million. If we were to compare this to last year, our chart does look a little different in this regard. And the main driver of that is an investment, federal investment in our flood control district for those projects that we're anticipating. And so that really increases that piece of the pie. most years, when we look at our budgeted resources, our number one source of revenue is our state shared sales tax, individually along with our county sales tax. So those two that are in the blue and the orange together are normally our highest revenue sources. It is a little skewed this year because of all the federal funds that we've been awarded. Then you can see we also have property taxes, and this is for all of our districts. So this includes our library district and our health district and our flood control district, as well as our general fund. We have state grants and other shared revenues, charges for services, licenses and permits, and et cetera, as we move through the pie chart. So these are all of our sources from an operating perspective. Then, as we noted in our budget highlights, we put in a placeholder for unawarded grants. This is put in on two sides, on the expenditure side as well as the resources side. Again, we want to adopt a balanced budget, and we want to make a placeholder for any grants that maybe are in the process of being applied for. Perhaps we've heard that we may be awarded, or maybe we just plan to apply for them. We put a placeholder in so that if we are awarded those grants, we can then take action with the board to accept the funds and move them into the budget. They come out of this unawarded grant area and into our operating budget. The other unique part of this fiscal year is the other financing. So we plan to draw $49 million from that 3-year capital plan in fiscal year 24. So that's a supplement again to the resources you see in the pie chart. And then fund balance, which is the accumulation of resources from prior fiscal years that rolls into this year and is available for spending as well. So when we look at those total resources, so again, going back to that Schedule A, it's going to be those two lines that I showed you when we were looking at the last slide, added together. We have total resources of $622 million. Then as we go to our next slide, when we take this from the all funds, again, perspective, we're looking at our expenditures. And again, we have a pie chart of our operations and then some special items. As we look at our budgeted expenditures, these are the categories in which we look at spending. Really our personnel or our staff is the salaries and ERE, that's employee-related expenditures, so our cost of employee benefits. And then we have our operating costs, which is that orange middle section, a small amount for travel. And then this year, again, you can see a larger amount for capital. Typically, our capital is not as significant of a piece of our pie. But again, because of a lot of the federal dollars that are coming our way are for capital improvement projects. For flood mitigation, the capital piece has grown compared to other years. And again, along with our capital improvement plan financing. So those projects. Then again, as we look at our total budget, we also have the same placeholder for the unawarded grants. So those, again, matching out to the resources, we have the potential expenditure of those unawarded grants. We have our debt service for the capital plan, and then we have our contingency. And our contingency is really what allows us to have a reserve to spend or draw from in case there were to be an emergency that we have to respond to. I guess I shouldn't say in case. Oftentimes we have emergencies where we have to draw from contingency. So they're not necessarily plugged into a department or for a specific purpose. We always come back to the board and ask for authorization to move money out of contingency before it is expended, but we need to have that placeholder there so we can draw from the funds if and when that's necessary. So again, when we look at our total then budgeted expenditures, the amount we're asking to adopt in our budget is the $546 million. And again, that ties then to that legal budget schedule on line 13. Then the next slide we have is just a summary. Oh, no, just kidding. That's our, oh, yep, we have a summary on our next slide if we can go to that one. Yes. Okay, so this is the highlights then. This is really our comparison as we look at the fiscal year 24 budget compared to the fiscal year 23 budget. So you can see that last year we had resources available of $501 million, and this year we're anticipating available resources of $622 million. The reason for that increase is primarily driven by an increase in federal grants and shared revenues of $82.5 million. Much of that, again, is flood control district awards that we've already received, and then some other revenue increases of what we have received, including the widen appropriation. And then unawarded grants, that increase, that placeholder increased $40 million. So we talked about $107 million as our placeholder for unawarded grants. Last year, that would have been about $67 million. As we look at our expenditure budget, again, this is for all of our funds in all of our districts. For fiscal year 23, our budget was $408,888,000. For 24, we're asking for a budget of $546,374,000. And the drivers for that are the flood control district increase of $73.5 million. Last year, our flood control district budget was only $10 million. This was pre any of the fires or any of the flood events that we've seen in the last year. And so we've had a significant increase in that budget because of all of the flood mitigation that is necessary. And again, you can see it's offset by federal revenues to fund a lot of that. And then again, that unawarded grants expenditure increase as well. So those are the two drivers, really, aside from sort of routine budget increases that happen for inflation or the compensation investment. That is the comparison across fiscal years. As we go to the next one, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into our general fund outlook. So we have the same outlook in terms of the visual of our operating revenues for the general fund, and then some other information off to the right. When we look at our general fund, the resources really that fund our general fund, which is the funding source that can cover anything that is not otherwise restricted. So it accounts for all of the money that can be used for any governmental purpose allowed by statute. So our number one general fund revenue source is our state shared sales tax. We can see that in that big orange piece at the bottom there. Then our next largest is county sales taxes. So this is where we like to emphasize the importance of our 10-year plan and our recessionary outlook. When we go into a recession, typically these are the two areas of revenues that are hardest hit or that have the greatest impact to our county revenues. So as these take a dip because of a recession, we could be very susceptible to that if we don't take measures to sort of cushion ourselves through financial planning and through our general fund long-term plan to have an outlook that really accounts for that and allows us to manage through it. The other piece of funding, typically for counties in their general fund, that for us is much smaller than most other counties, is the property tax aspect. And so that's that piece over there of $10 million in the kind of yellow color. So again, because we have the lowest primary property tax rate of all counties in Arizona, our portion of property taxes is much lower, giving us much lower stability when it comes to sort of that guaranteed revenue stream that is not affected through a recession. So for us, again, it's just very important that we have a conservative outlook and we maintain our commitment to financial planning, which we've done in this budget. Then off to the right, we have some other special items coming out of our resources available. The way the schedules are built, we have to take our transfers amongst funds, so in and out of our various funds, and include those. So we have a net transfer out of $25.7 million. Transfers out are additional general fund resources that may go to support a fund that's otherwise restricted. So for example, our maintenance of effort payments for our jail district and our health services district are transfers from the general fund that go into those other funds. So that's a use of our resources. That's not an expense, it's a transfer. We also have some portion of our capital plan debt service that is for general fund expenditures. So we have that capital plan debt service transfer included. And then we have for other resources available, our estimated fund balance forward of $52.9 million for our general fund. So that gives us total resources available of $91 million. And again, this ties back to that budget schedule A when we look at the general fund specific column on line 12. Our last pie chart is our general fund expenditures. Actually, it's not our second to last one. So this is, again, the same picture that we take when we look at how the general funds are expended by the various categories. And we can see it's very clear, salaries and benefits, so personnel costs are the number one activity of the general fund. That's $56 million of our general fund budget, with some operating then as we look over to the left, travel and a small amount of capital in the general fund. We also have then our general fund portion of the contingency that we discussed on the all funds slide. So again, it's our placeholder, and we always do go back to the board asking for authorization to expend the contingency if and when needed. So that brings us to our total budgeted expenditures of 91 million. So those two numbers match. If we look at the prior slide with the revenues and the resources available, you would see $91,230,447, and we're budgeting, because we add the remaining balance to contingency, we are budgeting to expend our entire available resources in the general fund. The other way, though, that we can look at our general fund uses is if we go to the next slide, there's one more pie chart. So this slide represents all of the uses of the general fund dollars. And this is by the functional category that is required of us for reporting purposes for the under our audit reporting. And so you can see it's not always exactly intuitive. When we look at the health component, for example, that 9.6%, health is really the activities, most of the activities of our public health services district. But when we look at public safety, for example, that is limited to sheriff, jail district, probation, constables, emergency management, and the flood control activities, and then the medical examiner. So everything else, like our court system and things like that, is not public safety. That's considered general government. So we've included a little cheat sheet or a key off to the right, so you can see what's really included in these different categories. But this is really how the general fund portion of our budget is invested. Then, if we can go to the next slide. So our general fund budget highlights. So again, taking this comparison, so fiscal year 23 that we're just finishing and going into fiscal year 24. So in fiscal year 23, our general fund budget was 176 million. And for FY24, it's 91 million. So this decrease can be explained by the placeholder we put in fiscal year 23 as we were issuing the Arizona State Retirement System financing plan of $56 million. So that was an item that was included in fiscal year 23. That was resolved. We did issue the debt. We've made the pension deposit. So it is not included in the fiscal year 24 budget. But then on the other side, we do have the capital plan funding included for fiscal year 24. Then again, as we look at the expenditures, we always have a balanced budget. So those first two numbers are the same between 23 and 24, really the same drivers. So again, that prepayment has come out of the budget, and then capital funding for the capital plan. Those are things that originally were maybe included in the 23 budget for capital that have since been moved now out to a debt service fund because we have the capital plan funding. And so there's the impact there of that. And so we can see the numbers going down from 23 to 24, specifically in the general fund. Then we also have, for reference, included in your packet, as we go to the next slide, there are two handouts to also help, again, with context for what is included in the budget and what is different for fiscal year 24. So you will see all of the requested increments from all of the departments. This is exactly as discussed during the budget hearings with the recommendation, and the recommendation is truly now what has been included in this budget you see before you for each of those. And then the capital investment project list, and again, we've presented this a few times now, but it's just a reminder of those projects that are included in that 3-year capital plan. And then before we begin the public hearing process, I also wanted to note in your packet, you do have a copy of the Truth in Taxation hearing. So this is our notice of tax increase. This is also a statutory requirement for the language and for the publishing and advertising of this. And I want to emphasize that we have followed all required statutes and publishing obligations for both the Truth in Taxation hearings for all of the districts that you will hear Truth in Taxation hearings for tonight, as well as all of the budgets that we are bringing forward on the rest of your agenda for adoption. So everything has been properly noticed and published, and we are otherwise all set to move forward with our hearings. So with that, I will pause and turn it back over to the board. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Siri, and thank you for that informative PowerPoint. Really appreciate that. It really puts it all in perspective. So I appreciate your work in putting that together for us. And members of the board, I'm going to turn this over to you. And just to remind you, once we're going to, you ask questions, then I'm going to open this up for the public hearing. We'll close the public hearing, make any kind of final comments or questions. And then I'm reminded that once there is a motion on the floor, we, of course, cannot, will not have any further comments or questions. So we want to make sure we, the board, get our comments or questions in before a motion is made on this. So just an FYI, obviously this is a public Truth in Taxation hearing, and there are special rules that apply. Just like at the time that we do finally take a vote, it will be a roll call vote. Any other comments I need to add for the board? I don't know if legal is with us, but Heather, anything else, or Sarah, anything else I need to remind the board before we open it up for questions and then open it up for public hearing?
Nothing for me, thank you.
All right.
Nothing for me either, Chair.
I think we got it then. That's good. So members of the board, any questions that you or comments that you have with Siri Mullaney's presentation? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And then Siri, probably an additional explanation. Since this is the truth and taxation component, it is a statutory requirement. Can you speak to what's going on with the rates? And I don't know if you have the effect on a property tax bill, but it's pretty nominal. But it is a statutory requirement. And a lot of people get confused with this. So could you please explain that?
Yes, thank you so much, Supervisor Ryan. I should have added this for sure before I turned it back over. So with the Truth in Taxation hearing, this is our opportunity, or your opportunity really, as Board of Supervisor members, to do an inflationary increase to our property taxes. As we showed in our presentation, Coconino County does have the lowest property tax rate. And surprisingly, even with this Truth in Taxation hearing, our tax rate will decrease from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24. So our current tax rate is 0.5094 per 100,000 of assessed value, and it will drop to 0.5009. However, because we have assessed valuation increases, so the value of the properties that we're taxing are allowed under statutory and all of the formulas that go into property valuations, they are allowed to increase those values. We are only allowed to increase our levy in total by 2%. So if the value of a property were to go up 3% or 4% on average, then our tax rate goes down to make up for that, because we can only increase the taxes that we're levying on properties we taxed last year by a total of 2%. So it's two sides of that formula. Overall taxes will increase by 2%, and then any new construction on top of that that's been added to the tax rolls in the meantime. As we look at the impact of having the Truth in Taxation and doing this 2% inflationary increase to our taxes, our tax levy, the impact for $100,000 of assessed valuation is 99 cents. So again, if a home is valued at $100,000, it's a 99-cent tax increase. If a home is valued at $500,000, I guess that would be, $4.95. So, and that is the impact of having and voting or moving forward with the 2% inflationary increase through the Truth in Taxation versus not moving forward. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair and Siri, so the rate itself is going down. We're showing the broader picture when all taxes are put together, that there will be an increase from what we had last year. And so, and again, just to reiterate, it's an effect of 99 cents on $100,000 value for the primary property tax. And so I wanted that clarified. Otherwise, people get confused with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, good point, Supervisor. Thanks for calling that out. Any other comments or questions before I open this up to a public hearing?
Yeah, I'd like to speak, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Siri and her team for putting together these compilation slides. I think during the budget hearings, that was the one piece that we were missing and was difficult to visualize. So I really appreciated these slides, bringing it all together. So thank you. I know it was a lot of work and you didn't have much time to do it. So just wanted to put that shout out and appreciate the work that was presented. It's much more clear in terms of what we have and what we need to, what we expect to spend in this next fiscal year. And so I'm comfortable moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Siri, and your team and the county manager. We've spent a lot of time on these budgets. I know departments also had a lot throughout the year, as Andy mentioned. and really want to appreciate everyone's work, and then turning around and presenting that to the board and what they have agreed to. And it's very clearly laid out, and I am comfortable with moving forward and just explaining it to make sure that we understand as well, the public, what we are agreeing to is very important. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments or questions before I open it up for public hearing?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you. I just want to let Steve and the team there, the finance department, putting this presentation together is very detailed, and I think it's very informative, and that I think all the puzzles pretty much were put together, and I really feel comfortable in moving forward with this budget as it is. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and I think all of us are pretty much comfortable to make a decision tonight and moving forward with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. All right, I think we've heard from all of us. With that, I am now going to open this up for our public hearing. This is a public truth in taxation hearing on consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2024 Coconino County primary tax rate of 0.5009 per $100 of assessed valuation in a total primary property tax levy of $10,879,202. And with that, we are opened our public hearing, and I'm turning this over to Lindsay Daly, our clerk, who's going to tell you how you can join us for this public hearing. So please, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear towards the bottom of your screen. If you hover towards the bottom, it looks like a hand. If you click on that hand, it will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Horstman, I do have David Mueller that would like to speak on this hearing.
Very good. David, please. And you have 3 minutes, and we appreciate you joining us and staying on with us. So we look forward to your comments.
And David, if you could please just state your name and address for the record. And we have 3 minutes, and I'll keep a note of the time.
David Mueller, 5100 West Kilty Lane, Flagstaff. I was looking at your all funds revenue, and I just had a question in regards to the unawarded grants of $107 million. Just wondering that's all about, where that may go, and that be levied against the tax increases that you're proposing tonight.
Thank you for that question. And I'm going to turn this over to Siri to explain that.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, David, for the question. That's a great question. So one of the things I failed to mention in my presentation is that once we set what our tentative budget, which was set on June 6th, we're setting a ceiling of the most we can expend from any resources that come our way during the budget year. It is our spending cap, if you will. So we always include a placeholder for unawarded grants in our budget so that we have more spending authority to draw from if we need to. In the case of unawarded grants of the $107 million, these are mostly federal, although they could also be state, but mostly federal dollars that we're in the process of applying for, or that we have been notified that we may be a potential recipient of. This is not local revenues. This would not have any impact from property taxes or sales taxes. Our budget would look very much the same in terms of our current spending plan, with or without this placeholder, except that it adds to our capacity to spend if at such point we are awarded funds, and then we would come back to the board and ask to accept those awards and expend the funds by moving, again, authority from unawarded grants into a federal grant fund or a state grant fund as the funds are awarded.
So what would stop you from accepting the unawarded grants from the feds?
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Oftentimes, grants may come with some sort of term or condition we're unable to meet. Sometimes that may be a local match that we don't have the funding for, or it may be just, a criteria that for some reason we aren't able to fulfill. Maybe it's a time constraint or something like that. Although typically we don't tend to even get to the application point for grants where we see those things that would cause us not to accept the award. So typically any grant that we apply for, we're fairly confident that we can perform to the expectations and meet any other requirements. So it's unusual that we would be awarded a grant that we would turn down, although it has happened a few times in the past.
Does that answer your question, David?
Not really, but it was a good statement. It seems like the grants are for sure thing.
That's not true, David. They
Well,
are not a for sure thing. We're applying for them. We hope we're going to get them. If you were probably on earlier when the flood control district was talking about some grants that we'd be applying for Highway 89. And certainly those are not for sure. We wish we could do that.
so they have to be applied for.
Oh, yeah.
And you also have contingency funds of $22,445,463. Can that be drawn from?
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Without further board action, they cannot be drawn from, but they could be for a specific purpose. We tend to reserve our contingency or our remaining fund balance because we have had a history of having emergencies within the county. So for example, when we had the fire last summer, we had several significant fires. The county is usually the first responder for those emergencies. So we need to make our contingency available, even though oftentimes we'll get reimbursements against those expenditures. We have to have the capability to expend our contingency at first while we're waiting for, potential reimbursement, because we can't keep our community, of course, waiting for emergency response while we're waiting for federal or state funding to come in.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, David. Hopefully that's clarified it somewhat. All right, members of the board, and members of the public, we are still open as our truth and taxation public hearing. And members of the community, we'd like to hear from you, get your comments, and hopefully answer your questions. Lindsay, please again, just remind people how they can join us.
Thank you. Again, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of the screen. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notifies that you would like to speak. If you join by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notifies that you would like to speak. And at this time, there are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
All right, this is a last call, members of the public. This is part of our truth and taxation hearing on our budget for fiscal year 2024. Please, we'd like to hear from you. Any comments or questions you might have.
And there are no hands raised.
All right, very good. Then at this time, I'm going to close our public hearing on this. And members of the board, I'm going to give you one last time to make any comments or questions you might have on this matter. And if there are none, I'm going to turn this over to Siri for her to be able to read the exact agenda title into the record that we need a motion on. So let me go ahead. Any questions, members of the board? Any comments? Then I'm sorry, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Ryan, you're muted.
Just the print came up on the screen. It's like, oh, I'm talking to nobody. So now that I have it unmuted, Madam Chair, thank you. And often it's very complicated. It can be confusing for what we're doing. We just went through and had been noted by other board members or Siri a long process of budgeting. We want to often we have our funds specifically delegated on how we expend it, and in the meantime, as noted, we also have to allow for the ability for such expenditures, and so it gets confusing. It's not an easy one to explain at this last hour of what's happening. There's always an opportunity for further discussions with board members or with staff to help people understand what we're doing. We have a history of having a very conservative approach to what we're doing. And if you take a look at the bar chart, noting that we are by far the lowest property tax rates amongst counties in the state. We have counties that are performing the same operations and yet have the ability to have what is it, almost 10 times the percentage rate of what we have to perform the same function. We've been very conservative, and it's not a decision of whether we lower or don't lower. It's a decision associated with our role, the duties that we perform, example, sheriff's office, many of the operations, and that's what we went through on the budget itself. It's been very tight, very to perform all those tasks. And, you know, I can say that we are presenting a very, very conservative budget to perform the operations that we're trying to perform. And so with that, that's my statement that I do want to make. And it will be a repeated theme that we'll see as we progress through this. We've already looked at a tentative budget. We now have a final budget before us. And our decisions associated with this had a lot of work behind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. As you've indicated, this has been something that we, the board and staff have worked with for quite some time now. And not only 3 weeks set forth, just going through by each department, but subsequently looking at a preliminary budget. And now we're here for the final budget. So this has been something that staff and the board have been looking at for some time and after much consideration. So thank you for your comments. Any other comments, questions? All right, then I'm going to turn this to Siri and I'm going to have her read it, at which point I would ask if there's a motion to approve what has been read into the record and get a second, and then we're going to move on for a roll call vote. So please, Siri, please read in exactly what we are needing to approve or not approve.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, the recommendation is for the board to approve an increase in the primary property tax levy for Coconino County by establishing a rate of 0.5009 per $100 of assessed valuation for Coconino County and a primary tax levy of $10,879,202 by a roll call vote.
Right, we've heard from Siri what the vote or what the motion needs to be. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Vice Chair. We're going to go through a roll call vote. District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
District 5. You're muted.
Aye.
In District 1. Aye. Number 72 of our agenda has been passed unanimously. So let's go forward. Our next item is number 73. It's a public hearing, consideration and possible action to adopt Resolution 2023-33, approving the fiscal year 2024 final budget for Coconino County in the amount of $546,374,685. And again, I am going to, unless I hear otherwise from either Andy or Steve, I'm going to turn this over to Siri to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So the presentation we just provided on truth and taxation also covered our entire county budget. However, because we had a few questions that came up, I did want to add 2 points of clarification. So this total budget of $546 million does include the unawarded grants that we just discussed, it also includes awarded grants. So when we're talking about those things that we do have more certainty of, we do have a fair amount of awarded grants included in this budget. It was reflected in that resources pie chart as federal funding sources. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that we have both components in this budget. The other point of clarification regarding our contingency funds, we talked at the opening of the presentation about the legal budget schedules, and those budget schedules really establish the intent of spending for the budget. The board can make changes to the budget throughout the fiscal year if they vote at a public meeting to change the purpose of the funds within the budget. And so, for example, when we talk about using the contingency, typically we bring forward the use of the funds for emergency response for an active fire in a certain dollar amount, but we're required to do that in a public meeting and have the board vote on any changes from our legal intent that we've established through these budget schedules. And the final point I want to make on contingency again is that we do make it available during emergencies, but it is also a one-time bucket of money. So we rely on being able to use those funds to respond, but then recapturing them through those billing processes or through those reimbursements when we have the federal and state declarations to replenish that pot to continue year after year. So our hope is never to budget our contingency and spend $22 million all in one year without any reimbursements, because of course then our contingency is completely exhausted and we have nothing for the next year. So I just wanted to make those points of clarification. Otherwise, again, the budget you see before you is exactly as we just discussed and does tie to those legal budget schedules. Thank you.
And Siri, just again for the public, and we're going to open this up for a public hearing here in just a moment. This budget for fiscal year 2024 is substantially more than the budget that we approved, for example, for 2023. And can you just underscore again the reasons for that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So the two main drivers of the increase for our fiscal year 24 budget compared in total to our fiscal year 23 are related to our flood control district federal funding that has been received to do flood mitigation projects within our flood control district. And then again, also increasing our spending authority placeholder for additional federal dollars that may come our way through pending applications for grants where we may or may not be awarded, but we want to have the capacity reserved. So if we are awarded, we then have some authority to expend within our budget.
Very good. Thank you. Any other comments or questions for members of the board first before I open this up to a public hearing? Seeing none, I at this time will open this up for public hearing. This is public hearing on consideration of possible action to adopt Resolution 2023-33 approving the fiscal year 2024 final budget for Coconino County in the amount of $546,374,685. You've heard from Siri Mullaney as to the reasons for the budget and both the unawarded grants and the awarded grants that are included as part of this. So with that, I am opening this up to a public hearing. I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly to explain to the members of the public how they can join us and make comments or be heard on this. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chairperson. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a public comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, it will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. Again, there's 3 minutes for comment. You can hit your state your name and address for the minutes. Thank you. And at this time, Chair Horstman, David Mueller does have his hand up for this public hearing.
Very good. David, you're still with us. So thank you. And you've got the floor.
You just need to unmute.
David, you feel free to unmute.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I still have a kind of a question about how federal grant funding is ascertained. And in history, can you give me some examples or historically for Coconino, how they've been able to obtain federal grant funding And have they been able to get that successfully each year they've applied for it in the past?
So you would, and let me make sure I understand, you would like some examples of where we have made some requests and where we've been awarded grant funding, and where we've made some requests and we're not awarded grant funding. Is that your question, David?
Pretty much so. And if it ever has been denied, just some examples of that, or
Absolutely, we've got that. And Siri, I'm gonna turn this over to you. I don't know if Lucinda's, but I'm sure Lucinda can talk about it as well.
Yes, thank you, David. I can start, and Lucinda, I see, is on too. So we do have many times where we've been successful, but we've also seen one thing that's more, I guess, relevant to our unawarded grants in particular, is where we've seen things unexpected that have happened that have resulted either in competitive funding or non-competitive funding. A great example of that is COVID. We were almost done with our fiscal year when the pandemic began, and Congress acted quickly, actually voted to adopt a lot of federal funding to come to counties and cities and other organizations for pandemic response. If we had not had a placeholder for unawarded grants, we would not have been able to accept those funds and respond to the community during the pandemic, because we were at the end of our fiscal year and otherwise may have bumped up against, again, a spending limit since we hadn't adopted it into our budget. But successful, so there's formula grants like that where COVID response was more of a formula based on population and other factors where those dollars were coming our way. And then there's competitive grants where it's not as much of a guarantee. The dollars aren't just, sent to counties or municipalities or state or what have you. So the state of Arizona, for example, has opened up in the past competitive grants for things like expanding broadband or maybe improving wildfire protection plans. So where we want to be in that is we want to be what's called shovel ready, where we have projects that are very well positioned to receive federal funding. And we've been very good as an organization of having those shovel ready projects, so that if something is announced federally that's an opportunity that aligns with one of our projects, we don't have to start from ground zero. We can submit a project that we have ready to go that would align with that federal resource. A current example of where we see that is in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. Those are two recent federal acts where they're just now rolling out the funding that was approved by Congress in a competitive way. So a lot of those are going to be competitive grants, some of which we may be successful in obtaining, others where we may not have. So that's kind of the overview of how we receive grants, how we apply for them. I'd like to turn it over to Lucinda, because she certainly in her area has a lot of experience on both sides of receiving the funds and maybe applying and not receiving.
Thank you, Siri. Post Schultz fire, we applied for several grants under the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the FMA, the flood mitigation, as well as the PMA, which is a preventative flood mitigation grant program. Those have now transitioned. Well, PMA has transitioned now to BRIC. And we were not successful with those grant applications. We also have applied for a number of transportation grants over the years through the Department of Transportation, very competitive. These are all national grants. And so you're competing with entities across the country, very, very competitive. We've applied repetitively for a number of grants through the various transportation. They have different names every 2 years. RAISE, it's called RAISE now. That we were not successful. We were not competitive. Now, I will say on the transportation side, we have been able to secure a number of grants through Central Federal Lands grant program. That it's called the Federal Lands Access Program, but it's very, very narrowly focused to federal, what they call federal rural highways that provide access to recreation areas. So very narrowly defined, and the volume of traffic that, for example, you have in Westwood would never even be remotely considered. These are for the grants that we did receive were for Lake Mary Road. It has to be very large volumes of traffic supporting very high recreational areas, not residential areas, recreational areas. So a lot of them are very specific as well as to what they will fund. So I know this is true in the health arena as well, and true in most other health and human services as well. Thank you.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Go and listen, you may want to mention on some grants requiring matches, which would have to come from the our county budget. Is that right, general fund?
Yes, absolutely. And particularly in the case we're in now, where we are exhausting the flood control district budget. So, you know, we're doing all types of efforts to even find the match for the grants through either other grants. And typically you can't match federal with federal. There's been a little easing of that with some of the ARPA related funds, but typically you cannot do that. Historically, that was never the case. And so there's a lot of limitations to these grants, and we do the best we can. And sometimes we're successful, but there are also times that we are not successful.
And county manager, I know we just also applied for a rural broadband grant that was denied. You want to talk about that?
You bet. Madam Chair, members of the board, as was indicated recently, we applied through the Arizona Commerce Authority for a rural broadband grant. And when we looked at Coconino County and the vastness of it, you know, we have a lot of area to cover, but there is also a little coverage. And so we talked about the middle mile, the last mile. In many cases, we don't have the middle mile. And so we've applied. I know that Supervisor Fowler has been very active in this area, as well as other board members. But again, we look at it's competitive. It's also looking at, you know, what do we have in place already? And of course, I think sometimes the ruralness of the counties, the balance of counties, is not taken into full consideration when we're looking at some of the challenges we have in that area. And I think Supervisor Fowler.
And we should have won that grant.
We're very disappointed about that.
Very.
We actually think we should get all of the grants that we apply for. We think we are the most worthy county. There's no question about it, but not everybody always agrees. So.
Yeah, well said. Thank you. Just this 107 million, is that mandated from the federal government, or is this something that Coconino County is requesting?
Thank you, David. I have a project list, not a specific project. I do have a list from every department of what is on their radar in terms of what they're in the process of applying for, or maybe have applied for and are in the process of hearing back the yes or the no on, or that they are aware of is out there and they plan to apply once the notice of funding opportunity becomes available. So there are things in sort of various stages on that list of 107 million, and it spans almost every one of our county departments in terms of what's on that list.
So every county department, they use more than just Coconino County?
So every department within the county. So for example, our flood control district, our public works department, et cetera.
Thank you very much. You guys have been helpful. Hopefully I'll meet you guys sometime. Thank you very much.
Feel free to send me an email as well if you have additional questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Any other members of the community, members of the public? We are here for our public hearing on our final budget for Coconino County. And we are opening this up, and I'm going to ask Lindsay to explain once again how people can join us for our board meeting.
Thank you. Again, if you would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear towards the bottom of the screen if you hover towards the bottom. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised.
Very good. Members of the public, I am going to close our public hearing. And members of the board, I'm turning it over to you if you have any final comments or questions on our budget amount for fiscal year 2024 final budget. If you do not, I am going to turn this to Siri to have her read exactly what we need in the record for a motion. Please, Siri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we recommend the board adopts Resolution 2022-33, approving the fiscal year 2024 budget. I need to start over because I believe that the motion is incorrect. We are in 2023. So we recommend the adoption of Resolution 2023-33, approving the fiscal year 2024 final budget for Coconino County in the amount of $546,374,685.
Very good. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move to approve the budget as written.
All right, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of item number 73 as read into the record by Siri Mullaney. I'm going to go roll call. District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
And District 5.
Aye.
And District,
Madam Chair.
no problem. District 1, aye. Number 73, as read into the record, has been passed unanimously. So we are moving forward to item number 74. This again is a public hearing, consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the fire district assistance tax in the amount of $2,171,931.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So for our next item, we do have our fire district assistance tax. This is a state statute that really puts a mandate on county boards of supervisors to levy a tax in a prescribed amount and distribute the tax that's collected in a prescribed way. So for the fire district assistance tax, the Board of Supervisors is directed by statute to establish a tax that may not exceed 10 cents per $100 of assessed valuation, and then determine the distribution to the various fire districts within Coconino County. So for fiscal year 2024, we have run those preliminary calculations in terms of the distribution to the fire districts, and we have determined that the full statutory rate of 10 cents per $100 of assessed valuation is required to be levied in order to make distributions to the fire districts. It will result in prorated distributions because the cap of 10 cents is not sufficient to cover the full calculation of distributions. But again, this process is all covered by statute, and there's a statutory method for distributing the taxes when the 10 cents is not sufficient to meet the other side of the calculation. So with that, we are recommending that we follow the statute, and we're asking the board to adopt the fire district assistance tax in order to comply with that statute.
Very good, members of the board. Before we turn this and open it up for a public hearing, and by the way, I've just been informed, because we've done our truth in taxation through roll call, we do not need to do the rest by roll call. So unless you want to do it by roll call, I will just ask for a vote from our board. So with that, any questions, members of the board, on adopting the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the fire district assistance tax in the amount of $2,171,931? Comments or questions from the board before we open this up for a public hearing?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Gosh, it wouldn't be right if I didn't ask this question of Siri. It seems like, so anyway, Siri, the FDOT Fire District Assistance Tax is formulaic. The board needs to adopt it, but even so, we can't modify what it is. It's written down, and it's a formula that we have to vote for. So could you explain that a little bit more, please?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, and members of the board. Yes, you are absolutely correct. And there is really no discretion given to the County Board of Supervisors in statute related to this item. The statute says the board shall adopt this tax and follow the formula, which is based on all of our fire districts, and the levies that they are collecting in property taxes then is run through a calculation to determine a distribution back to each fire district to help support or supplement their budget in addition to the property taxes that they receive from their citizens. So again, really, the board is not given any discretion in the matter when it comes to complying with statute.
And the intent is not for municipal fire districts, but for rural fire districts that are outside municipal boundaries. Is that correct?
Correct, Supervisor Ryan. There is the distribution formula specifies only for fire districts themselves, which would not include any municipalities.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, sir.
Thank you for the clarification questions, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments or questions? If not, then I'm going to ask that Siri read in. Oh, I'm sorry, not yet. We need to open this up for our public hearing. Members of the public, now would be the time for you to be heard on this. And I'm going to ask Lindsay to explain again how you can join us for this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, it will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. Chair Horstman, there are no hands raised.
Final call, members of the public. This is a public hearing on this item. Please, if you have questions, comments, and would like to be heard, please call us now.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
All right, thank you. And with that, I will close the public hearing. And I'm going to turn this over. Any comments or questions from the board? And if not, I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney to read in the motion, the action that we are voting on, and to accept a motion. So Siri, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we recommend the board adopts the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Fire District Assistance Tax in the amount of $2,171,931.
All right. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of passing item 74 as read into the record by Siri Mullaney, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it passes once again unanimously. So we are moving on to the next item. This is item number 75. This is a flood control district action item. So I believe we do what we need to go and resolve as the Coconino County Flood Control District. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors?
So moved.
A motion by
Second.
Supervisor Fowler, second by Supervisor Begay. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor of resolving as a Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And at this point, we do have a public hearing action item. Number 75 is public truth in taxation. So this will be by roll call. Hearing, consideration, and possible action to adopt the FY 2024 Coconino County Flood Control District secondary tax rate of 0.500 per $100 of assessed valuation and a total secondary property tax levy of $9,849,492. And as I said, this will be by roll call vote. Siri, I'm turning this over for you to present on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So this is our second truth in taxation hearing, and this is for a secondary property tax for a flood control district. Statute allows the county to operate a flood control district and set a secondary property tax rate of up to 50 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. The Coconino County Flood Control District had set a property tax rate of that 50 cents for the fiscal year 2023 budget, and the recommendation going into fiscal year 2024 is to keep the rate unchanged, so maintain that rate of 0.50 per $100 of assessed valuation. In doing so, we are allowed to maintain this rate under statute if we hold the truth in taxation hearing. So you also have in your packet the notice that was provided to taxpayers in advance of this hearing. As we look at the impact of the 0.50 and maintaining that rate, because the rate remains unchanged, really the tax impact comes from any valuation change that a property owner may have seen compared to the current tax year that we're in. So overall, we look at all of the valuation together. If we were to not hold the truth in taxation hearing, we would be required to reduce our rate, collecting fewer property tax dollars for a flood control district. And that impact then, by holding this hearing, the impact of maintaining that rate is an average of $2.06 for every $100,000 of home valuation. And so with that, I will turn it over to the board for any questions or comments on this.
All right, thank you. So basically, we will be keeping the item, and the recommendation is to keep the flood control district secondary tax rate of 0.500 per $100, same as was approved last year in fiscal year 23. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you so much. Members of the board, any comments or questions before we open this up for a public hearing? Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And this is, okay, we went through the piece of, when we talk about truth in taxation, it is a statutory piece. And the impact, a lot of people think it's much broader impact on the full rate of what's going on. It's much smaller. But the other piece associated with this is if we didn't do this, in future years, it would have an impact on our budgets and our capability of actually providing the flood control services that we have. And so that's a piece that I think is really helpful as we go through these hearings, just to remind people of why it's important. The most important piece is we've been looking at these budgets for a long time. We approach it from a very conservative perspective. By the same token, we know that we need to perform a function, and this is a critical function. And so it's important to keep this, capability out there, as well as, the amount of effect that it has. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. And just to comment, follow up on your comments, Supervisor Ryan, it is why last year we did enact a slight increase for the flood control district. And we needed to make sure that we had money available for the various emergencies, and also some of the flood control matters for forest restoration. The recommendation this year is to keep it the same as last year. So thank you for that. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I am going to open this up again to our public hearing to hear from the public. If you have comments, questions, concerns, like to share some thoughts, now would be the time. I'm going to turn this over to our wonderful Lindsay Daly, who is keeping us on track here to explain how you can join us for this public hearing. So please, Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, it will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined the meeting by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, there are no hands raised.
Last call, members of the public. This is a public hearing. Please join us if you have any comments or questions.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Then at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask if there are any comments, questions from members of the board. And if not, I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney to read into the record the exact agenda title that we will be accepting a motion on. So please, Siri.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. At this time, we recommend the board adopts the fiscal year 2024 Coconino County Flood Control District secondary tax rate of 0.5000 per $100 of assessed valuation and a total secondary property tax levy of $9,849,492 by a roll call vote.
Thank you so much. This is a roll call, so I'm going to go to District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye in favor.
District.
I think someone needed to make a motion. And
Oh, I'm sorry. She read it. You are so right, Lindsay.
Yeah.
I tell you. So we are going back, members of the board. We have read into what we would need as a motion. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank goodness somebody's doing that. You're supposed to stay on top of this, Matt. And do I have a second?
Second.
And we have a second by Judy Begay and a third by Supervisor Fowler. Thank you for that correction, Lindsay. We have a motion and a second to approve item number 75. This is a roll call vote, so I'm going to go to District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
District 5.
Aye.
And District 1, aye. It passes unanimously. We're going to go forward to number 76. This is a public hearing, consideration of, I'm sorry, we are still a flood control district, so that's fine. This is a flood control district matter. Public hearing, consideration of possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount of $83,563,238. And with this, I'm going to turn this over to our Finance Director, Siri Mullaney, who's going to present on this item. Siri.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So yes, item 76 is a complement to item 75, and it is the adoption of the district specific budget. So it does include the property taxes that were just approved under the last item, as well as, again, the rest of the spending for the district, which we have discussed this evening includes significant federal dollars, bringing that total flood control district budget for next fiscal year to the $83 million referenced on this agenda item. And I know that Lucinda is also on if there are any board questions or comments.
Very good. Members of the board, any comments or questions that you might have on this item before I open this up for public hearing? See none at this time. I am going to open this up for a public hearing, and I'm going to ask the clerk, Lindsay Daly, to please explain how members of the public can join us.
thank you. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that hand, it will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit the *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Thank you.
And at this time, Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. And this is members of the public. This is last call for this item. This is a public hearing on this item as been read into the record. So please join us if you have comments or questions.
There are no hands raised, Chairperson.
Very good. Then at this time, I'm going to close our public hearing. And I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any comments or questions on this item to adopt the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount as set forth in the agenda. Any comments or questions? And Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is the opportunity to approve a budget, but we take a look at what flood control district has been, why it is a critical service. And we had our hearings earlier today, or I should say work sessions, to explain what we've been doing as a result of emergencies, fires, floods. We have a huge county. There's a dear need for these. And so with that, this budget I see is appropriate for what we're trying to do with this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, and it of course encompasses and includes a number of the funds available to us through a federal funding for flood mitigation and other projects as needed from the flood control district. So incredible need out there for us to accomplish flood mitigation work for our community. Any comments or any other questions? If not, I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney to read in the to the record what we are looking for to vote on, and then I'll accept a motion. So please, Siri.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, the recommendation is to adopt the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount of $83,563,238.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So,
Madam, there you go. There you go.
All right, so moved by the vice chair and a second by Supervisor Ryan. Is that
Yep,
correct?
that's correct.
And we have a motion and a second. This does not need to be by roll call. So all those in favor of approving item number 76 as read, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So we are moving on.
Aye.
Oh, good. I thought you'd already ayed. So good. Thank you. It is unanimous. So we are now moving on. Members of the board, we currently are, or members of the board of directors, I should say, we currently are Flood Control District Board of Directors. So I need a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
so moved.
A motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of returning and resolving as a Board of Supervisors indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. So we're moving on. Our next item is we need to resolve as the Public Health Services District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as the Public Health Services District Board of Directors, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Members of the board, we are now a Board of Directors. We are now the Public Health Services District Board of Directors. We do have an item, number 77. This is a public truth and taxation, so this will be by roll call. Public truth and taxation hearing, consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2024 Coconino County Public Health Services District secondary tax rate of 0.2500 per $100 of assessed valuation in a total secondary property tax levy of $5,429,828. Again, by roll call vote. With this, I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So our next item for the Public Health Services District is our Truth in Taxation hearing. Just for a little bit of background on this district, this is another district that is allowable for counties to operate within statute. And the statute does allow counties to levy a property tax of 0.2500 per $100 of assessed valuation in order to help fund public health services within the county. The county, upon establishing this district, has levied that tax rate, and that tax rate has remained constant throughout the duration of this district. The recommendation for this upcoming fiscal year is to maintain that same tax rate of 0.25. But again, because the tax rate is remaining flat, there is still an overall impact or an increase in the taxes that would be levied because of the increase then in property tax valuations within the district. The increase of holding the hearing and maintaining the rate versus not holding the hearing and dropping the rate results in a difference of 90 cents per $100,000 of assessed home value. One of the other things to note on the Public Health Services District is that the property tax is an important funding source for the district, but the district itself is for all health services. And so when we're talking about the Public Health Services District, we're talking about all public health within the county, which may also be funded through federal and state grants and shared revenues for the purposes of public health, as well as the county maintenance of effort and other fees that the district charges. So when we get to our next item regarding the entire budget for the Public Health Services District, we'll see a much larger number because it incorporates all of the funding sources for the district and all the district activities. But for the purposes of the truth in taxation hearing, again, it's a maintaining of the property tax rate, not changing the property tax rate from the prior fiscal years. And that is what the hearing is related to. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and we certainly have seen a very active public health services department and county public health services district here in the last couple of years, and understand the importance in the job that they do and the services they provide throughout Coconino County. So this is maintaining the existing secondary tax rate for fiscal year 2024. Is that correct, Siri?
Yes, Chair, that is correct.
All right, members of the board, before I turn this over for a public hearing, are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, then I am going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Members of the community, now is the time for you to ask your questions or be heard. Lindsay, please tell us how they can join us.
Thank you. If you would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear towards the bottom of your screen. You hover towards the bottom. The icon looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. There are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Thank you. Final call, members of the public. Please join us if you have comments or questions.
And no hands raised.
Then members of the public and members of the board, I am closing the public hearing. At this time, if there are any final comments or questions from the board, or if not, I'm going to ask Siri Mullaney to read the agenda item for consideration of motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, the recommendation is for the board to adopt the fiscal year 2024 Coconino County Public Health Services District secondary tax rate of 0.2500 per $100 of assessed valuation and a total secondary property tax levy of $5,429,828 by a roll call vote.
Very good. Thank you. And at this point, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve as read into the record.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of this item as read into the record, please signify by saying aye.
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 Oh, I'm sorry. This is
No,
the
individual.
call now.
Oh, yeah.
You got to remember the truth in taxation. I'm sorry. Siri, I got that look and I knew I did something wrong. So, all right. District 2, please. How do you vote?
Aye.
District 3, how do you vote?
Aye.
District 4,
Aye.
District 5,
Aye.
In District 1, aye. So it is unanimous by roll call vote for that truth and taxation hearing and motion. We are now moving on. We are still, as you know, members of, we are still part of the district, Public Health Services District. We have item 78. This is not roll call. This is a public hearing, consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District in the amount of $26,722,710. And I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney. I know you talked about this a little bit in the prior motion, but please go ahead and bring us through this.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Yes, so as noted in the prior item, we do have a public health services district, and included in the district operations are all public health services as allowable by statute under the district. And so it does include our funding from our property taxes, as well as federal and state grants, and some other revenues, along with general fund support for those operations, which are a variety of public health services that operate within the district. So we are required to also adopt a separate budget for the district, but it is also included in the countywide budget adopted earlier. So for fiscal year 2024, that number is the $26,722,710 as noted.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions or comments before we open this up for a public hearing? Seeing none at this time, we are going to open up our public hearing, and I'm turning this over to Lindsay Daly to explain how members can join our public hearing.
At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, it will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Now is the time, members of the public.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right, thank you. Last call, members of the public. This is a public hearing in consideration to adopt the final budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District. So please join us.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Then at this point, I'm going to ask Siri Mullaney to read in the recommendation and the agenda item for consideration of a motion.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, we recommend the board adopts the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District in the amount of $26,722,710.
And do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I want to comment real quick if we could.
Okay, before, and that's good, because once we have, okay, so feel free.
We'll talk about that some other time. The my comments are, look at where we are. A year ago, 2 years ago, we were in the middle of the COVID crisis. How important public health is, and there are many other roles that we play: restaurant inspections, etc. On that. So our regular budget doesn't cover all the costs associated with the public health, and so the district is a critical piece to help us be able to fulfill our objectives associated with that, Madam Chair. Again, we're here approving a budget. We went through a lot of processes, but the public side of it, why it's so important. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And any other comments or questions of other members before I entertain a motion? You've heard it read into the record by Siri. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
A motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Okay.
And who gave me that second? I'm not sure. I didn't see it. Was that Judy?
Supervisor Begay.
Judy? Okay, Judy, a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of adopting the fiscal year 2024 final budget for Coconino County Public Health Service District as read by us by our finance director, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous. We are moving forward. Members of the board, we are still the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Members of the board, we have an item to consider as the Coconino County Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors?
So move.
By Supervisor Fowler, move the motion. Any second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as the Coconino County District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
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 We have unanimous. We are now the Coconino County Jail District Board of Directors. We are moving forward, and this next item is a public hearing, consideration, and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2024 final budget for Coconino County Jail District in the amount of $30,871,643. And I see this is not a truth and taxation. Is that correct? This is just by, so we do not have to do a roll call. Is that correct, Siri?
That is correct.
Very good. Then members of the board, I'm turning this over to Siri Mullaney to present on this item. Siri, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So another allowable special district under statute is the Coconino County Jail District. The reason this is not a truth and taxation hearing this evening is because the district is primarily funded by a 0.5-cent sales tax that did receive a recent voter renewal to extend that tax. And so it has been approved by the voters, and it is a sales tax, so it does not follow the same property tax requirements, and is simply just based on sales transactions, taxable transactions within Coconino County. So we have found that this sales tax is paid both by residents making purchases within the county, as well as the heavy population of tourists that we have that come through the county and do have taxable sales. So we're able to diversify the tax collections to fund our jail district, which we also, of course, know that our jail district sometimes does entertain clients from that visitors set as well. So it is a balanced district. So the budget recommendation for fiscal year 2024 is included in the county-wide budget as well, was part of our budget discussions that we held with the Board of Supervisors, but we do have to adopt a separate district budget as well. So for fiscal year 2024, that number is the 30 million is read by the chair with the item. So I will turn it back over to the board for questions or comments.
Very good. Thank you, Siri. And so this is part of that jail tax that was approved by the voters, sales tax. And we need to approve the budget for the county jail district. And so at this time, if there are any questions from the board, I'll entertain them now, or I'll open this up for a public hearing. So any comments or questions, members of the board? All right, seeing none, we are opening this up for a public hearing. I'm turning this over to our clerk to explain how the public can join us for this public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, it will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised.
All right, final call, members of the public, if you'd like to join us and be heard on this public hearing.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Thank you. Then I'm closing this public hearing. The members of the board, before I entertain a motion on this matter, have Siri read it and entertain a motion. Any comments or questions, members of the board? All right, seeing none, I am then going to turn this to Siri to go ahead and to make the recommendation for consideration of a motion.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, we recommend the board adopts the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Coconino County Jail District in the amount of $30,871,643.
Very good. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendation as read?
So move.
A motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of adopting the Coconino County Jail District budget for fiscal year 2024 as read, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are moving on. Members of the board, we are currently the Jail District Board of Directors. I need a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors.
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as a Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
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 It has passed unanimously. Members of the board, we now must resolve as Coconino County Library District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair, second by, didn't hear that. Who's the second by?
Second.
Second by Judy Begay. All those in favor of resolving as Coconino County Library District Board of Directors indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now the Library District Board of Directors, and we have item 80, public truth and taxation hearing. So this will be by roll call. Consideration of possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2024 Coconino County Library District secondary tax rate of 0.2756 per $100 of assessed valuation in a total secondary property tax levy of $5,985,842, again by roll call vote. Siri, I'm turning this to you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. This is another district that we did discuss during our budget hearings with the board, and it is the County Library District. The statute does not have any restrictions on the property tax rate for the county library districts, other than it has to be appropriate to fund the operations of the district. One of the discussions that we've had over the last few years with the library district is their need for a sustainable funding source in order to achieve that mission. Therefore, we are recommending the rate change from the current rate of 0.2656 per $100 of assessed valuation to 0.2756 per $100 of assessed valuation. The impact of the combination of this change in rate, as well as, again, the growth in assessed valuations, if we were to not have our truth and taxation hearing today and not change the rate and in fact decrease the rate, that impact is $1.96 per $100,000 of assessed home valuation. So with that, I will turn it back over to the board for questions and comment.
As I recall from our budget information, the Coconino County Library District has not changed or even come forward for a rate change for quite some time. Is that correct, Sari?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, prior to we did our first increase for a planned set of increases or small incremental rate increases starting with the current fiscal year. But prior to that, it had been, I believe it was close to 10 years since they had had another rate increase to the library district tax rate.
Very good. And I think the board did receive information during the budget process of the costs going up there for the Coconino County Library District and the need to maintain our local county city public library. So members of the board, before I open this up to the public, I want to ask if you have any comments or questions.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And following your comments, actually, as noted, in this case, Siri, there is a recommendation of a modification of the levy, and that we have to set the budget in motion. We have to set the truth and taxation in motion. That won't come until the future, but it's an understanding that approving this, that would be required. Is that correct?
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. So the current item is the truth in taxation, which would be the increase in the rate. And then our next item is to then set the budget, which is dependent upon the truth in taxation hearing with the rate increase.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Okay. Now I was the piece of, well, that's okay. We'll see it next. We'll see it next month. But this is an important piece associated with the truth in taxation, and noting that we do have that in there. So that's all. Just wanted to clarify from public record perspective. And as noted by the chair, yeah, we've been hearing from the library district what their constraints are and the need, and we've heard from our members of the public as well as the rest of the board in terms of just the important role that libraries perform. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we did hear also how that Coconino County Library District really reaches all across Coconino County through the rural parts of Coconino County, and really is an important part of services provided to so much of rural parts of Coconino County. So they're coming in for a slight increase. Members of the board, any other comments? Or we're going to turn this over for a public hearing and hear from the public. And Lindsay, I'm going to ask you to explain again. They're going to have this memorized, Lindsay, how they can join us for a public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Thank you. Final call, members of the public, for a public hearing.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Then I am going to go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this. Members of the board, if you have any comments or questions, now would be a good time. Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah. So the confusion and what I was and Sarah, you answered it very precisely. We are looking at the truth in taxation rate, but we also have a levy modification. Levy modification will come next month, correct? On this.
I believe it's the setting of the tax rates.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Siri, if you can speak to that part right quickly.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. So actually today's action is what directs us to bring forward the county tax rates to the formal adoption in August.
Yep.
So yes, we will have, yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Siri. See what, I'm sorry, board, that they help my brain work sometimes here. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for the clarification. All right. So any others? No, then we are going to go ahead and now I'm lost, but I believe we have closed the public hearing. We had some comments from Supervisor Ryan. I'm going to turn this over to Siri to make the recommendation and read the agenda item that we need to take a motion on.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, we recommend the board adopts the fiscal year 2024 Coconino County Library District secondary tax rate of 0.2756 per $100 of assessed valuation and a total secondary property tax levy of $5,985,842 by roll call votes.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve, Madam Chair.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Begay. This is going to be a roll call vote. District 2, how do you vote?
Aye.
District 3, how do you vote?
Aye.
District 4, how do you vote?
Aye.
District 5, how do you vote?
Aye.
And District 1, I vote aye. Very good. It's unanimous. Let's move forward to a public hearing and possible action to adopt fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Coconino County Library District in the amount of $6,042,524 for the library district. I am going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney first to present on this item.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So as just discussed with our prior item for the truth and taxation for the library district, this item is to establish the budget for the library district. The library district is funded through the secondary property tax that we just discussed, as well as they have some fund balance carried forward from this fiscal year to help supplement their budget. So that is what brings us to that $6 million total. Included in our library district is the operations of all of the county libraries, which includes county libraries and city libraries, and as well as our jail district library, and our law library also receives funding through the jail district. So with that, I will turn it back over to the board for comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Siri. And members of the board, any comments or questions on this? If not, I'll turn this over for a public hearing. Members of the public, now is the time to be heard. And Siri, I'm sorry, Lindsay, I'm getting you too. I don't understand this. Lindsay, maybe because you've said it so many times, I was going to see if Siri could say it. But Lindsay, could you please explain to members of the public how they can join us for this public hearing?
Thank you. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, it will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair Horstman, there are no hands raised.
All right, members of the public, this is your final call for the adoption, or to be heard on the adoption of the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Coconino County Library District.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
Very good. Either comments, questions from members of the board, or if not, I am going to go ahead and turn this to Siri for you to read in the recommendation and the motion for consideration by the board.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, we recommend the board adopts the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Coconino County Library District in the amount of $6,042,524.
Very good. We've heard that. Do I have a motion from members of the board?
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. This is not requiring a roll call. So at this time, members of the board, I'm going to ask for those that approve the motion as read into the record by Siri Mullaney, please indicate by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous, members of the board. We have passed that budget item. We are now, as you know, the Library District Board of Directors. We need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
I have
Second.
a motion by Vice Chair, second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of resolving as a Board of Supervisors, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, members of the board, we must now resolve as the Tucson Special Street Lighting District Board of Directors. And this is my favorite special district. Do I have such a motion?
So move.
We have a motion by Lena Fowler. We have a second by Second by Judy Begay. We are now, all those in favor of being the Tucson Special Street Lighting District Board of Directors, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it is unanimous. We are now the Tucson Special Street Lighting District Board of Directors. So we are on 82. This is public hearing, consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Tucson Special Lighting District in the amount of $11,400. And I'm going to turn this over to Finance Director Siri Mullaney to present on this item.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So our last item is the Tucson Special Lighting District, which was approved by the members of the district as a special assessment in order to pay for the lighting and electric bills for lighting along the properties on Highway 64. So the special assessment in the amount of $11,400 is simply used to pay the electric bills that then are invoiced to the county for payment. So with that, I will turn it back over to the board.
Thank you very much. And members of the board, any comments or questions?
Madam Chair, Madam, yeah, that's right, Madam Chair. Is the recommendation to keep the lights on in Tucson? Is that what the recommendation?
And it's always the recommendation to keep the lights on in Tucson. So I agree wholeheartedly, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments or questions? If not, we are going to open this for the public hearing. Members of the public, now is your time for you to be able to make comments or ask any questions about keeping the lights on there in Tucson. So with that, I'm going to turn it over for the last time for Lindsay Daly to explain to members of the public how they can join us.
Thank you. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, it will raise the hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Excellent. Members of the public, now is your time.
And at this time, there are no hands raised, Chairperson.
Very good. Final call. For those of you from Tucson or the mayor of Tucson, feel free to call in and be heard on this.
And there are no hands raised, Chairperson.
All right, then members of the public, I am going to close the public hearing. If there are any final comments for members of the board, I will entertain those now. Otherwise, I'll turn this over to Siri Mullaney to make the recommendation on this item, and then I will entertain a motion on this. Siri.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. At this time, the recommendation is for the board to adopt the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Tucson Special Lighting District in the amount of $11,400.
Very good. Do I have such a motion?
I will move to approve this budget to keep the lights on in Tucson, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second? I am making the second. I am making the second for Tucson. All right. We have a motion and a second to keep the lights on, and as read by Siri Mullaney, all those in favor of the fiscal year 2024 final budget for the Tucson Special Lighting District as read, please signify by saying aye.
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 Supervisor Fowler, I'm sorry, did you vote?
Yes, I did. Aye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Members of the board, it is unanimous. We are keeping the lights on in Tucson. And we have now found ourselves to need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors in order to adjourn our meeting tonight. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Supervisor Begay jumped on that one. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, we have a second by Supervisor Fowler for us to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Please signify by saying aye.
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 We are now the Board of Supervisors and members of the board and
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, really, we are concluding the budget. We did the tentative budget. This is the budget. And again, it's a really important role that we fulfill, all the humor aside. I want to compliment our board, our staff. It's been a really hard year, and yet the recommendations are really good recommendations. Just job well done, and I can walk outside and say comfortably, we did what we needed to do. We do support what we are doing. We're always striving to improve, but really appreciate the hard work of everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. And I wasn't going to adjourn before I allowed comments to be made by the board, because this is an incredibly important piece of work that has taken a tremendous amount of time by our staff and by the board, acting on behalf of our constituents and our residents here in Coconino County. And this was certainly not done lightly. It was done after much consideration and much review and much real determination as to what were the needs for all across Coconino County and what can we do in order to serve our residents here in Coconino County. And so with that, I myself want to also extend my greatest thanks to the staff here at Coconino County and to my colleagues that have worked very hard and very diligently for this budget for next year. And with that, other members of the board like to make some comments. Please feel free, Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Just want to say thank you to the whole team, everybody. It took a village to get through this budget. I'm glad we did so, and congratulations and thank you for your hard work, and look forward to implementing it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, board members? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, this budget is very important. Our county services will continue. And it contains services that are for children, right, to those that are going to be born, those that we're going to sadly lose. And it just covers every aspect of a human's life, our residents. And our libraries, our educational sessions, keep our healthy community. And those that get sick, there's services in there for them, and that those that end up, unfortunately, in our judicial and public safety system. So it really is expansive, and it's a lot of work that our staff have done throughout the year, and we really appreciate all their services that they provide. We have true public servants that are working here at the county, and I just want to recognize them. It's difficult to keep up with the inflation and with recession and all the changes in the economy, and also just even the climate and the pandemic and other economic challenges that face us, and yet our staff are able to put together a sound budget for every department and every special district. And I just want to thank every single one of them, and thank our county manager for his just really keen and attention to details, and very thoughtful in the way that it's always presented to the board. I want to thank him, and thank you to my colleagues as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Other members of the board like to,
Madam,
Supervisor Begay, please.
I also would like to say thank you for all the staff putting these budgets together, and that we had a chance to review them numerous times, and that I think it's a very sound budget that was put together by the staff. And although there's just a lot of work that was put into it, at least we have a budget in place, for starting July 1st, and with being confident in the line item budgets that were approved tonight. I'm really grateful to that, and I just want to I want to say thank you to the staff also, and then also Steve, your leadership and your crew, and then my colleagues here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. All right. Other comments, questions?
Madam Chair.
County Manager.
Very quickly, Appreciation to Siri and her team. Siri can sleep tonight. She's probably been
Yay.
1,000 hours without sleep. But no, seriously, she and her team have devoted a lot of time and attention to the budget, but also our elected officials, our appointed department heads, all their financial folks, leadership have been very helpful and cooperative in putting this budget together. We couldn't do it. And then I'm about ready to send a message to all of our team, all of our 1,100 employees, and the final sentences, we look forward to the new fiscal year, knowing that our impact serving the communities of Coconino County is due to your commitment and caring. And wrapping up the year, the Board of Supervisors and the managers team want to appreciate each of you in serving the public so well. So again, thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you, County Manager, and thank you for expressing the heartfelt thanks of the board to our wonderful staff. That's important. We never get to say enough the gratitude that we have for the great staff here in Coconino County that serves all of our residents. And thank you for getting that out to them. Really appreciate that. So any final comments? Otherwise, members of the board, members of the staff, members of our public who we heard from tonight, thank you for your comments. Thank you for being here, and job well done. We have our budget for fiscal year 2024. It's probably tomorrow we're going to start on our budget review for 2025. But for now, hopefully we can all get a good night's sleep, knowing we've done our very best on behalf of our residents here in Coconino County. So thank you so much. It's my pleasure to serve with such wonderfully committed public servants. So thank you so much.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
See you guys in a month, huh? Well, probably in between.
Sorry, take the evening off and we'll see you.